Hey boys, we are back finally to review patch notes 6.3. There's a lot ahead, and unlike usually patches like this, they're not coming with a DLC, just actual patch for the game. Something has, I guess, got stuck in the works at the Creative Assembly this year. They are unable to release any DLC at all. We haven't had a single DLC, and it's been almost 8 whole months. 8 whole months. We're gonna go through the patch notes, and I think there's also a video or two. There's also a new one that just released as well. So let's go see what we got here. So the patch notes got released apparently 2 days ago. They're missing full information. So which one is more complete? This is a dev blog. Okay, let's. I think they added the rest here. We'll see. Okay, here we are again. Here we are again. So the patch did get delayed until the next week, but there is a beta available. Okay, we already seen a little bit of the trade stuff. Fortunately, they've just been patching the stuff we've been working lately in the mod as well. So it's gonna cause a mess in the mod, which I'm not even sure where we're gonna even begin with to fix. Greeting folks. We hope you enjoyed last week devlog. Last week devlog. What the hell was the last week devlog? Uh-huh. So this got released before, huh? 10 days ago. I think everything might be complete here. We'll talk through the changes and additions coming in patch 6.3 in Total War Warhammer 3. Due to some unforeseen compatibility issues, patch 6.3 will be releasing tomorrow onto a dedicated beta branch on Steam. We will share more details tomorrow about how you can access this. With a full release to follow next week once the issues have been resolved. In the meantime, you can find full release notes below, including all the new and updated content tweaks and bug fixes. Without further ado, let's get into it. Updates to Lizardmen. Oh boy, the Lizardmen. Just when we, done the slants, did they do the slants better or worse? We'll see. Buildings. Create a specific Windex landmark for Lizardmen since it was their location originally. It makes sense. Replaces the existing one. It's not an additional one. Well, actually, we can actually see some of this stuff. Just need to enable the Fog of War mode. Yeah, should have not even disabled that. Everything works on the beta except my mod. There's an issue, it crashes the game. But like I said, the mod we're doing did a lot of the stuff they're changing, so there are definitely issues. But no doubt will be resolved some eventually. Will they show the this info, or do we have to show it separately? Let's just load this. I don't like because sometimes they're creating these massive patch notes and they say that some things they change, but they don't really show the changes, and then we have to still look for it in the game. Fortunately, don't have any Lizardmen saves saved in the backup. Okay, just let's get this ready. There are things missing in notes. There are always things missing in notes. So there is a specific Quintex landmark for Lizardmen. They don't show it. Added 2 new control buildings, smooth the control buildings so you can construct in minor settlements. More control. And the Lizardmen, one of the races that actually have a bonus control on the core building. Adex context effect for a couple of buildings, so you can now gain additional benefits by meeting requirements. Added low income from resource buildings which missed any effects. Yeah, there's a several resources with the Lizardmen that had no effects other than a resource. It looked like pretty much broken. Adjusted hero capacity recruit rank to match updated races. Recruit tier 1, cap tier 2, rank increase tier 3, Saurus Scar veteran is still on the same tier. Added feral cold ones on the Kai cold one building as he was missing it. Yeah, there's a lot of flavor missing on the resource buildings. Sacrificial pit to Sodek landmark. Sacrificial buildings of Sodek now generate sacrificial offerings when playing as the Hanwen. Now generates sacrificial offerings. Move the tiers around for the bigger dinosaurs so they make more sense. This added an additional building for Dread Saurians so you can get more of them. Your building browser looks something like this. That tells us shit, and this is still on one tier too high. So I haven't fixed the consistency between the walls buildings. It's supposed to start on tier 2. It's a problem with several races like High Elves, Lizardmen, Dark Elves, for example. This one looks blurry. Okay, so there's a technology tree next. We can actually show this landmark immediately. 1 second. There's still a red climate here though for the Lizardmen. This is the same landmark Monarty gets. Does give it's almost like the same. But this one gives 10 growth to all provinces, this one gives 15 growth to all provinces, and then this gives us 10 growth to all provinces. This is why, you know, when I'm doing the modding, we are not really doing crazy amount of stuff at once anymore, because there's so much room for mistakes. You gotta do chunks at a time and make sure that there is no mistakes when you get the files and it exactly is in the game as you want it. I'm guessing the tier 5 is supposed to be 20 to all growth. This is already a second major bug with stuff like this. This is the red climate as well. This is really bad for the Lizardmen to go in the red climate. Especially in the early game. Anyways, what's next? Technology tree. By the way, Agneta, can you check out if you can make the mod work on the patch 6.3 beta? There's some big issue, it doesn't even want to load the mod. It does show an error, why. But it's really no rush. I think we're gonna have to put some more work, a lot more work into it anyways when this thing releases. There is too much to go over since everything has changed at least a little bit. The too long don't read is more technologies, fewer building requirements. You'll have to see them for yourselves, I'm afraid. No, I'm not lazy. I want you to enjoy the new stuff as well as updated stuff. Some highlights include. Most people don't even go over the patch notes. The ones that go will definitely like this information. So there's a great plan and there's the cold-blooded now. There's the new tough with increased defense and hit points. This one is crazy. You get tough, you don't even think about it. You just keep it. You just keep it like on most characters. I mean, held myself back. I don't go with a full power creep like the devs do when I'm doing my mod, but the devs are literally just what I do, and then they just bring it up to 11. But they increase the budget, and then we have more budget to work with without people complaining that my mod is just another power creep. Where are we at? God knows, Sigmar knows that some factions do need some power creep. Like, for example, the Tomb Kings needed at least before this patch. Okay, so sequence of filtration. So they'll also grant stock to all heroes. According to the CA, that's a good thing. I wish the stock was a feature that you can turn it on or off. It should not just be on all the time. There should be a button. There should be a button on a hero with some abilities here, like click on which contact effect to use, and click if you want to use stock or not. Because this is not a good thing to be on all the time. But enemy hero action success chance minus 10%, that's very good. Literally grants your heroes additional 10 ranks of defense when the enemy heroes are targeting you. Which means they might not even attempt it, which means already much less harassment. Elder Wisdom. Still technology action research rate is increased by additional 10. Research rate plus 15. What? What? So the Lizardmen one of the factions, they get like a chunky tree, and that tree really required a lot of research rate. And the only way to get it in time was to use still research. But now they have actually given a lot more options, a lot more pets, and they give this thing even higher. That's a power creep if I ever seen one. But I will definitely tell you to use still research. Yes, every hero will have stock, which is not a good thing. Especially because how the AI behaves. But there is a ways to play against this, so it's fine. So you're telling me, what the hell? First technology in 4 turns, you get 15 magic item drop chance? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's like the first technology. And I thought Chaos Dwarfs had a powerful technology tree. It's crazy. More items means more powerful characters. The Lizardmen have some of the most powerful heroes, which get the more powerful items. And with access to more items, my bad, Magic Find, you'll have a much higher chance of finding the unique powerful items, which have a separate role. So stuff like this is very powerful on Technology Tree, as shown in the long Chaos Dwarf campaign. And this immediately goes into 15 research and buffed steel technology. What the fuck? What the hell, man? This feels like should be a technology and like you don't have X to for the first like, at least 20 turns. I mean the second one, I mean. Just like this, 50 more research rate. This is like a no-brain, cause if you don't get this, you just get gimped yourself. This is not a this is not a choice. This is not a choice. You just click this and forget about anything else for 8 turns. This is not a choice. This is not a choice, especially a lot of these technologies now that's gonna create a bunch of surplus. This is not a choice. This is not a choice. How is this a choice? You have to go for this. This is research rate, and you get everything faster. You don't get this, you literally just handicap yourself. How is this a choice? This is literally like knowing how the students and architects drop, except you can go for it without even trying to get it. This is not a choice. Okay. This technology this is awesome. Well, this is crazy because it's immediately available. What is this next? Determining of the Great Plan. Temple citadel regions become immune to climate penalties. Oh, that's cool, that's cool. Determining the Great Plan. This should be under the Great Plan, huh? Give me a second, guys, I'll now find... Oh, this one is... holy shit. That's a lot... This much later, huh? I mean, it has research rate on it. I don't have to say anything else. This could have... unless there is other research rate technologies, it's a research rate. Point of technology tree is to advance to become stronger. And if you have strong technologies, more research rate will unlock them faster. Whoever can advance faster will get the advantage earlier. And you literally gimp yourself by ignoring research rate. You don't even have to take any decent calculation, but not only this costs you nothing, but it will probably give you over 8 turns already in just a 6 to 7 turn campaign. So this is just free. This is free. This is free, and you get all the technology faster. You just have to understand how this works. And if you understand how this works, you can definitely feel how cheap it is. And I'm not even talking about steel technology, I'm talking about just research rate. So this one has replenishes 10% campaign movement range after winning a battle all characters. Well, that's a weak rampage, but it's still a rampage. The Tower of Zar on the Chaos Doors is 15%, and they do have extra lot of movement. Having some rampage do give you extra moves, which might mean an extra entire turn, which might not be otherwise possible. Rampage is one of the strongest things in the campaign. And also grants you leadership +5 when fighting against armies that spread corruption, all armies. That's pretty lackluster at the end. 5 leadership against armies that spread corruption. Lizardmen only have pretty good leadership. I guess it's like just an extra, like a flavor thing to enhance the this thing. But if you guys don't know, I'm not even sure if this is like an official something, but apparently the purpose of the Great Plan is to purge corruption. So defeat chaos and all the factions that spread corruption. That's the purpose of the Great Plan. Okay, this is pretty cool stuff. There's already more exciting things to get for. You open with this, and then you have some spicy options. This is the one that actually is optional, because the rampage is not strong enough to prioritize. So there might be some other stuff. Well, this one is a no-brain. Sequence of the Great Beast Resilience. Removes attribute wounds from rank 7 above Dread Saurians. So Dread Saurians can no longer be wounded. Wounds lower their damage and makes them slower. These things are very hard to fight. So instead of including these things with the rest of these units, they added a special attribute here. I guess it's cool. It's cool if you get into a tough fight. If the Dread Saurians are close to death, it's either 2 situations. You fucked it up, or second one, it's not gonna end up well for you. It's probably gonna be defeat anyways. But I guess it's cool. I guess it's cool to have something like this. They do have massive health pulls. Even at a very low health, Dread Saurian has a lot of health. And the wounds does make it weaker, because the speed is one of the strongest attributes on Dread Saurian. Dread Saurian is like, it's like your main weapon in the army anyways. So having more stuff for Dread Saurian is cool. Okay, so what do we have here? Added ancillary set effects to all ancillary sets for all Lizardmen Legend Lords. Ancillary set effects. So that means set bonuses, I think. I guess some of them... I think that they mean set bonuses. Some of the Lords might have been missing it. So this is the allegiance points gained plus 30%. Control +1 on all provinces. Growth per region +10 after winning a battle, all provinces. It's very confusing there when they say per region. Because, you know, if I had 100 regions, this would read a +1000 after winning a battle. But what this really is, just every province gets 10 growth. Because the regions, I mean, this could mean several things, but I think it just gives 10 growth to the province, not to the region. Because the growth mechanic is province-wide, not region-based. But, you know, it might mean something else as well. It might mean per region for the province. So if you have a 3-region province, you get 30. Well, yeah. This is, the rest seems like more the same. Okay, let me just mouse over this. I have to mouse over this. Venerated. This is his main trait. Targeting range for suited for spells. Lower action makes the other spellcasters fail more at spells. The winds are at the 20% higher to increase the strength. They lower the upkeep reduction for Temple Guards by 30%. Oh no, what will we do? We can't afford our Temple Guard stack. We're gonna have to pay 20% more. The Blessed Temple Guards are amazing, but the Temple Guards general are a little bit lacking. And they added 2nd generation. I guess they separated the stats here. 2nd generation. Interesting. You know what I did with my 2nd generation? I gave the slants 40 intensity. I've granted intensity based on the generation. It's like, where the hell is that thing? Lizardmen? No, it's actually, my bad. Mine is 30. Mine is 30. No, mine is 30. They gave 40 in there. So they gave more on theirs. Now that's a proper slant trade. It's little, it's like a little bit over the top. So wherever Mazdamundi moves, pretty much gonna be strong winds. 1000 additional barrier for Lord's Luck. That's a really strong trait. Really strong. And he now starts with the Soul Quench, which immediately gonna have additional 4 intensity. That's really strong. Okay. Not gonna do it right now, though, Manger. Depending on what St. Isaac decides, we might have some time to do something in between. Because my mod will definitely have issues with this new patch. Since it's an overhaul and they just overhauled the what we overhauled lately. Change some of the Lord Mazdamundi's effects in skill tree. Doesn't say exactly what. It doesn't have a Legend Lord skill tree. Still doesn't have, and it's a Lizardman patch. Still has the Slan skill tree. It's missing an entire line for him being a Legend Lord. This is all the same. It looks like this Vehement Zealotry. He can recruit Temple Guards faster on the first skill point on rank 20. And on level 2, it grants ward save to Temple Guards in his army. Holy shit, that's a lackluster skill. What about Lord Mazdamundi's legendary Lord skill tree? It's still missing. He doesn't have it. He just have the slant skills. He doesn't have his Legend Lord skill tree. And this is one of the most powerful beings in the Warhammer universe. And this is new, yeah, this is new. We're gonna have a very strong barrier now. So, guys, oh my god, look at this. He has a 1000 barrier from the second generation, has 800 barrier from Unfathomable Presence. You can equip an armor that grants him another 1000 barrier. You can equip an enchanted item that grants him another 300 barrier. He can have more barrier than anybody else. And he has barrier replenishment delay minus 50%. So instead of making him, they made him even tougher. This thing is all the crazy stuff. Look at his luck, 10,000 health. This thing is gonna be obscene on the level of toughness. Obscene. Mazdamundi can have, if you take into account, let's say everything. You take into account the Nemesis Crown, you take into the account, let's say, Trot as well, Bloody, and the Dreska's power. We can have over, what, 20,000 health? With regeneration. Impervious to missiles, with over 3000 barrier. I like this, I like this. We're gonna have to revert a lot of our stuff in the mod. I think we're gonna keep some of the slant skill stuff, probably, but now we probably just revert to vanilla and see how that goes before. We can keep the mod stuff on top of what I did in vanilla. It's pushing it. The stuff in the mod was made on the old vanilla, not the new vanilla. So we have to revert it and have to experience the new stuff before we make some important decisions for the future. It's going to be very time consuming. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. So you don't even have to use. If you get a Forbidden Rod on Lord Mazdamundi, he will have 65% intensity. That's powerful. That is powerful. I really like this. I really like this, and there's something on the top. I don't want to click that now. This character is supposed to be one of the most powerful in the game. And he got released in a state of the game that does not really support a character like Lord Mazdamundi. A lot of the power levels got increased over time, late Warhammer 2 and a lot in Warhammer 3. And the thing that got changed the Wizard the most was the Throne of Delay DLC. And they haven't brought a lot of Mazdamundi to that level yet. But this guy is supposed to be one of the most powerful beings and characters, period. And whatever they give him, he probably even needs more. Because they're characters, spellcasters that are stronger than Lord Mazdamundi. And they're not even high elves, for example. And there are some characters that are tougher than Lord Mazdamundi. So you can have Lord Mazdamundi, main thing being a dinosaur mount. My bad, dinosaur rider. Because every Lizardman hero is a dinosaur rider, and they're already obscene. Why can Lord Mazdamundi be even more obscene? So this is a great start, but I repeat, he's missing a Legend Lord skill tree. Just move one of these rows down by one and add those skills on top, and the Lord Mazdamundi probably will be complete at that point. Add more spell mastery and some other stuff on him. Lord Mazdamundi should have access to 200 spell intensity. Anyways, where are we at? I had the skill for Lord Mazdamundi with Poor Temple Guard just a little bit more than he should. What the fuck is up with them in the Temple Guard? They're saying like the Temple Guard is something special. We really need to rework that unit to make it special. What the hell, man? Change Mazdamundi starting spells or apotheosis and harmonic convergence to apotheosis and soul quench, and skill to suit. That is interesting, because I definitely wanted to use more soul quench. This thing has options, especially if you're in the face of the enemy. Add a no diplomatic penalty as Nakai's faction for trespassing. Maybe they remember to remove trespassing from Beastmen as well. Change predatory fighter skill a little, so now gives less weapon strength for the conditional, but now affects more races. That's on the, I think, on Saurus, on the Saurus old ones. Maybe it's here as well. They do definitely have something here as well. So what did they say? Change predatory skill. Doesn't make any sense how they explained it here. The skill is they still have been fixed. This skill is still back in the game before they reworked the character skills. You know, this was doubled almost, and they completely forgot about this skill. Yeah, this is skill before they updated the character skills to manager. They just forgot about it again. This is the second time they forgot about this thing. The Honor Elder is from before. Gradual ossification has 10 more armor and 20% more replenishment. 10 more armor is great for the Carnosaur. A tough Carnosaur, oh my god. Favor of Sotek. It gets Frenzy, but Carnosaur has Frenzy. Oh man. Carnosaur has Frenzy. You guys play this game? Look at this! Carnosaur, look at the Frenzy icon. Oh my god, so they get Frenzy 6 ranks before. But at least get lead by example. Is that ability the Carnival Greatswords have. Evolving Resilience. Lowers the vehicle loss reduction, gives the leadership aura size 25% when attacking. This shit is back. This shit is back. What other mounts? There's a Carnosaur here. If you're gonna put a Saurus Caravetra in the army, it's Carnosaur. Carnosaur is amazing. Feared and Venerated. Recruit rank +1 for Saurus units' own army. Miss resistance 5% for Saurus and Temple Guard units' own army. I have miss resistance for the Lizardmen with a strong stat. I mean, this is cool extra stuff here. Still, they're again forgetting the campaign stuff. Minor Blessing of Zotek. So, I think the blessings are new on the Saurus Car Veterans. The blessings were for the lore before, right? Hit points and flaming attacks. Armor cheaper Saurus, Temple Guards. Lower up for flying units, persons for the army. Better ambush defense chance. Double experience gain fighting against Dark Elves. That's cool. What the fuck is this? Minor Blessing of Tlatzotl. Control +1 local province. Control +1? That's the best you could do? No +2 or +3, +1? What the fuck? It's a unique skill, man. Spread control gives 1 control already. Lizardmen have easy time with control, and this is like nonsense. This should be something else. And wound recovery time -2. Wound recovery time reduction is pretty good, especially for the AI. For the player, it's situational, but it's a stat you don't really want to prioritize. But for the AI, this is good. This is a terrible skill for the player. This should be one control faction-wide, I agree. Or 3 control in the local province. Nobody's gonna pick this shit here other than the AI randomly. And this one is up for dying. So it's basically just a minor version of the ones that the Saurus old one has. Saurus old blood, not old one. So anything changed here since we are looking here? This is a nice update for the Lizardmen. I'm kind of surprised this didn't came outside with the DLC. It's almost like somebody fucked up something hard this year at the CA. Hopefully they didn't overwritten like 3 months of work. You know, while getting donuts and coffee. I mean, the donuts and tea, whatever they drink there. My traits were what's that word that when you stick into tradition? You can't just say like vanilla, spirit of vanilla. It'll come back to me. So Enforcer of Order is still fucked. But we can change this one in the mod. Okay, so these are the stronger blessings here. Bear hit points by 200 for Saurus and Templar's own army. Armor plus 10, upkeep reduction. What the fuck is this shit, man? What the fuck is this? This one only had big economic buff for these units, and now grants them even a combat buff. Remember, the initial damage is always on the counter on the shooter. This will save a couple lives. 10% speed for the army, 10 spells for the army, 10 magic for the army. This is nice as well. I guess when you get dinosaurs later. It's kind of funny that the best dinosaur trait is not Blessing of Itzel, but it's Blessing of Tepok. That's just like... What the f... Like, this guy is supposed to be the dinosaur, right? But this is the best one for dinosaurs. 10% speed is king for dinosaurs. Speed rules on the mass. And what is this? Remove this shit here and put speed and mass buff here. Nobody's gonna use this shit. The moment you can afford this many dinosaurs, you're not gonna worry about 20% upkeep. You're gonna use this for the dinosaurs, and you're gonna use this for the Saurus and game economy. Blessing of Hunchi. I guess it's a stronger version for Dark Elves. 10% more battle loot, huh? Man, like what the fuck is this? Ember Associations 20%. I mean, look at this thing here. 30% here, just in bells on campaign skills. I mean, replenishment is not horrible next to other stuff. I don't see these blessings. Like this is king in the early game, and this is probably best overall. I mean, you're playing a faction that benefits greatly from speed, and the rest is just extra. Okay. Slan can now return 1 turn sooner with the Transcendent Healing. They added one faster healing on the Transcendent Healing. We saw that. Transcendent Healing has wound recovery time -1 turn. That's the wound recovery is amazing for the AI. For the player, it's you know, you don't want to get your characters wounded, and you don't want to plan have a countermeasures for this shit, but it's an extra stat that's situationally useful. The handler now gets increased percent sacrifices battle loot in a skill, and some more from the Zodiac Landmark too. So more sacrifices. Made Lord Mazdamundi's diplomacy effect clearer. Diplomatic relations -20 with all non-Lizardmen factions. It didn't work like this. What the fuck are they talking about? This was -10, not -20. So they left the shitty faction effects and they created a bigger penalty here. I mean, it's makes for an interesting approach to a campaign. I don't mind having negative faction effects. I don't mind this. I don't mind this. We'll make a more interesting approach to the campaign. Look what it says here, boys. Lord Mazdamundi is the oldest and most powerful of the living Slan mage priests at the dawn of creation. At the dawn of creation, he was instructed by none other than Lord Croak himself, one of the most powerful beings in this universe. And so we still, of all the legend lords in the game, all the legend heroes at the game, he doesn't even have a legend lord skill tree. He don't even have a legend lord skill tree. This is like one of the most powerful beings. He doesn't need a legend lord skill tree. See, what the fuck? Fix this shit. Where's the skill tree for Lord Mazdamundi? Stop slacking. Can't believe Gotrek and Felix got their legendary skill trees before Lord Mazdamundi. There's a pretty straightforward standard they create around the legendary characters, and Lord Mazdamundi gets nothing. That is a fake news that Mazdamundi is a powerful being. This guy is so powerful, you can't even be in the same city as this guy. You're fucked. And I imagine being in the same room with this guy. Changed Slan generation traits are now offer different effects, lowering in power as the Slan get younger. Well, considering what the second generation is, I'm just assuming it's just going to be similar like it was before. Hopefully they give us a couple examples. This thing is still 10 turn cooldown. A spoiler channel? What is this? What the hell? Fourth generation. What is this fourth generation? Ward save 50% when fighting against unspread corruption Lord's army. Poor Archaeon is crying in the corner. Entire army gets 15% ward save. You should literally target faction and spread corruption. Plus 300 AP, plus 20 defense, plus 30 attack, immune to flanking, even 10 intensity. So I guess the 4th generation standard combat slants that fight corruption. %15% ward save with the entire army. That's gonna be insane with the Lord of Life. Lizardmen only have the craziest Lord of Life because their units are the toughest. And if you make the units you're even tougher, the healing is so powerful. What, they gonna be a Nurgle army? When playing as Nakai, Crosshair Ancients are not constrained the same way the other Lizardmen factions. They can unlock all their unique line without needing to choose between mid-shield or dealer in there. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Gotta get one extra skill. So as this one you can pick only one. And on the Kai you can pick both. One will give them 10 phys resist, another will give them damage and attack. This one is crazy. There was a third generation as well. Third generation has 20 intensity, 200 experience gain per turn for the army. Oh shit, look at this, more inconsistency. There's a new text here. Characters in force. They look at like what, fifth name for this? Why not own army? Lord's army. They created another name for this effect. Miscast base chance 50%, barrier hits with plus 100 Lord's army. Wins of magic power reserve capacity plus 15, unit experience gain plus 10% Lord's army. They had to create another name for this. The original name for this was Lord's army.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the?
And RuneScape. I guess to be consistent with the heroes existing, own army should probably make more sense. Own army. Because it's available to both Lord and heroes, so you can't say Lord's army. It caused issues in the past. Slancer Lord's Weezer. May they have nothing confirmed to Lord's... I mean, it says character experience gain plus 30%. And if it said Lord's army, it works like that. It only says character experience. They just need to say one of the previous ways instead of creating another thing to confuse people. Force is basically meaning an army. An army has a lord. You can't have an army without a lord. So it makes no sense they call these things like this. Nakai's skill Demon Crusher now gives an ability with a namesake. Ignore the white image, we weren't able to load it in time for release. So he gets magical attacks, and the enemy loses leadership and loses demonic attribute. But them being demons is better, cause how you gonna route them? Better them die to the more instability. Instability does massive damage. This is a buff to the demons. Like what the fuck? Are they even playing this game? We have to have a lot of leadership penalties for this to work otherwise. You will have a lot more leadership penalties to scare them and terrify them. Why would you let them flee or just kill them? Maybe the physical resistance, they lose physical resistance. Okay, they lose physical resistance, okay. They do lose physical resistance. It's not part of the unit. But what the fuck is the physical resistance we give magical attacks? So he gets magical attacks and they lose physical resistance. But it's only in the range of Nakai. So what's the point? What the fuck is this convoluted shit? He gets magical attacks and they lose physical resistance. Better them to just go poof. We'll have to see how this works, but this is bizarre. Heroes now have minor blessing skills and more skills. Below are some examples. We saw that. So nice for the Saurus old veteran. Saurus Scar veteran. Saurus Scar veteran and Saurus old blood. I have to remember those two. Always mix those two. They added an underwhelming skill to Lord Mazdamundi. He still doesn't have unique Legend Lord skill tree. Commanding Shriek for the Skink Chief. Short range skinks got a 5% range buff. 5%? You couldn't get 10%? They only have such a short range. And get a restock. Skink Priest, this one is Heavens. The first skill will change name but provide similar or the same effect. So more skills to the hero, that's cool. Oracle gets shield and 200 barrier. Don't tell me we get even more movement from the Oracle. Adroid Specimen. No way we get even more movement from the Oracle.
Sigma's will.
They did do some changes to the rights. The Slan Rite is still 10 turn cooldown, I don't like that. With Slan Rite being 10 turn cooldown, you don't use all the lords. In my mode, I made the Slan Rite cooldown double, and I may give a Hexoatl weight. It has a faction effect to lower it, and there's a technology to lower the cooldown as well for the other factions later in the game. Why is this picture so blurry? This is like this is 720p. This is not even 720p. Battle. Create an enhanced spawn king ability, giving the Crosshair Kings more reasons to play next to each other. Okay. Oh no, he got determined. Oh man, he's one of the strongest traits in the game. Never mind, never mind, never mind. False alarm, false alarm. Imagine this guy gets the trait for Magic Find, like knowledgeable, and you have Lore Master. What the fuck? You get pretty much items non-stop after technology. Add scouting too. It says campaign range plus 20%. For the character, I guess. Again, another inconsistency with this. Because it should say that it's working for him, not for the army. It's confusing. You know how they added on Night Goblin Big Boss and the Scribes? So it's not consistent with that. Hopefully that works. Does campaign movement actually works on heroes these days? Actually, the heroes are bugged at 100 movement on display, but they do get increased movement. The display is just bugged. Yeah, this is inconsistent. Like they added a new skill. You see this campaign movement range plus 20%. I can't actually show it. We don't have that character available. But it's supposed to say when outside the army. I mean, you can't see it because you see it says over 100. It's been bugged for years, and I haven't fixed the movement indicator on the heroes. I mean, we could check it out. Hold on, console command. 20% is noticeable. The movement updates at the start of turn, though. No, they haven't updated the movement like they did for the armies, Agnieszka. So they forgot about the heroes. You can see it says campaign movement range 100 to 100. That is bugged. It doesn't tell you how much it has actually. So they kept always at 100%, like the old. Well, it's supposed to say how much movement points he has. It doesn't.
I serve only.
Valiant defeat. I just want to see movement here. Yeah, it's very confusing because you can see how things work. And the fact the heroes have lower movement than the arms is bizarre. It's also this might cause the bug with the mounts in the army. Without seeing this information, you don't know what's bugging what. I think it's bugged. You know why? Because if the hero has more movement or similar movement than the army, and you put him in the army, and the army had movement even further there, the hero being in the army will lower the movement way before. Yeah, this works. So it's basically for a hero. It's just the text is inconsistent. It's supposed to say outside the army. Because they added this stat to several characters. Now they added it to, I think, Bragg the Guardsman. They added it to the Night Goblin Big Boss. They added it to Scribes. But it says something else in this. Where were we? So was this thing even further buffed? That buff was underwhelming. Maybe it's somewhere they're talking about something else. 10% damage when skinks are close. Buffs like this are more made for multiplayer than campaign. The skinks die way too easily to be worth it in the army. Especially with Croxigors. So Mazdamundi Somber Standard was buffed to 55 meters from 35. That's pretty nice. Given all single entity monsters of all breakers, since they are big enough and pretty enough, apart from troglodytes and carnosaurs, because you cannot chew a wall. So Bastillon cannot break a wall. Okay. Okay, let's see what it says here. Faction load effects. The Mazdamundi load effects is so bad that I can't really complain about it because I like the penalty. The penalty creates a unique experience. So I cannot really complain much about this one. But this is a really bad trait, faction effect, really bad. But it's unique and I like it. Me personally, I think this is good. But holy shit, it's bad. Compared to, you know, we're you know, usually the faction effects is supposed to be something positive, right? But even the positive effects on this these things are pretty bad. Yes, Lord Mazdamundi has lost his higher upgrade reduction Temple Guard, bringing this stat in line with other balance changes made to the economy in the patch. As always, let us know how these changes feel through G2G and Discord so we can tweak them in future as needed. Not all faction effects and lower traits have changed, as some were enacting the great plan as intended already. I really like, considering how easy is Warhammer 3 Diplomacy, I would really even see more of this stuff. I would even put this modifier in the advanced campaign customization to create unpredictable penalties in the campaign. Because this is a factor that the factions are missing. Because that's a factor that it doesn't change. I think there should be an advanced campaign customization to create diplomatic penalties between the factions. Or it could they could increase as the campaign progresses. It should be in the campaign customization. It's like they could create this effect here. Like you get the advanced campaign customization. Why they keep forgetting about the settings, campaign settings? Just give us the campaign settings when we can modify diplomacy penalties. Create some events that create negatives in the campaign. Make it random. It's completely optional, right? I would like to see these things, you know, just to make things a little bit different. You can create 1,000 things in the settings options, but they're not doing anything with it.
In the name God King of the Deep Wood.
Okay. I mean, his trade is crazy if you compare it to Morati. Like, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 bonuses. And I would say like 2 bonuses are average and 1 is above average. And 1 is like, don't matter much. I mean, there's stuff on it. And then you look at like Morati, for example. Like, look at this. This is pretty much a faction effect on her. And what is this? New blessed spawnings. 9 new blessed spawning units to spice up your armies. Oh god. And it's gonna be random. Oh my god. No! No! Blessed skin cohort javelins! No! Fuck with this shit! No! No! What the fuck? They added more these shit units to the blessed spawn, and it's random. Get the fuck out of here with this shit! Fucking hell, man! Hopefully there is a way to influence this now. They're not random anymore? Okay, okay, nonsense came like this. Okay. So there's a blazed skin cohort javelins with armor sundering and piercing obsidian javelins. These are the perfect company to the high base damage Saurus. So they get 6 ammunition and they get sundered armor on their ammunitions, and it's all AP. Wow, that's a cool unit, not some like garbage. This is okay. They're gonna be fragile as fuck, but they're fast. This is nice. You can apply standard armor to a unit, or you can just try to delete something. I feel like this unit could fuck up a unit of chosen great weapons. Probably can. And they can get more ammunition, because they have 6 base, which means bonus ammunition is big. The range is 80 only. But it's a strong projectile. Blazed Chameleon Stalkers, low in number but significantly improved across the board and permanently unspotable. These stealthy assassins can move with impunity before attacking where the enemy is most vulnerable. So they made elite Stalkers. 32 of them, 3400 health. Unspottable. So they get advanced stock. They're more tougher than demons. 15 anti-infantry. 15! Bam! We just put 15 there. Maybe they fixed ogres. Let's see. Let's see. Ogres. Where the ogre at? Ogre kingdoms. This unit had 5 anti-infantry. Nice. Nice. Yeah, keep up the good job. Okay. This is Iron Guts, guys. 5 anti-infantry. Let me show you a DLC unit. Plague Ogres. 26. Okay, where we at? Blessed Reproductive Riders. With Devs in flank and more attack, these reproductives rip and tear when attacking from the flank. What does that even look like in the game? That's so cool that we got more blessed units. Blessed Reproductive, they have over 7,000 health. What? They have 20 more armor as well. So the basic one is 44 attack. These guys have 55 attack without experience. And they got frenzy. That's a really high attack. Really high attack. This unit probably gonna have like over 80 attack. Puts Vargeists to shame. Reproductives are basically just better Vargeists. Blessed Sacred Croxigors. More armor and 50% chance to block small arms from all directions ensures these Boxigors make it into melee. Blessed Sacred Croxigors. 140 armor. Oh, I like this. Is a nice increase. 40 more armor. They were 10,000 health. Holy fuck! That's a blessed unit. Somebody was thinking about Nakai when I made this unit. Over 10,000, 140 armor and shields. What the fuck? This is crazy. And they can block projectiles in any direction. What the shit? That's the best news yet. Nakai got an amazing unit here. Wow. Wow. That's a power creep deluxe. Power creep deluxe, boys. They don't even mention more health. Because, you know, like massive shields. There's actually, they got even, I think, bigger shields. This is 50% shields. They gave them even bigger shields, 55%. Like, what the fuck? Patch note says 50, they gave them silver shields deluxe. 306%, 306 degree block. 40 more armor, and they don't even mention it here. They got over 1300 extra health. I guess comes with the blessed unit territory. $140 armor this unit. So regular archers are not gonna do shit. Look at this, 15 missile resist on the base. They get actually a lot of missile resist available from other stuff. And they got 50%, 5% shield in all directions. This is crazy. This is a really powerful unit. I got really high offense and I got really high toughness. Blessed Terran Rise, go for the eyes of Terrans, inflict blinded in melee, making them excellent supporting all the troops engaged at the same target. Terrans got blind. On melee though. But they gave them, they're squishy, but they gave them blind and high anti-infantry. That's strange. I guess when they run out of ammo. This unit melts in melee. But if they go after the unit, they can fight with 20 anti-infantry, they'll shred. This unit does look like it's made to murder crossmen and archers. Blazed Razdon hunting packs. This extra spiny stinging Razdons enjoy the dual benefit of stock and permanent damage infliction effect. Why do I feeling they made all these new blessed units more than what the previous ones were? They got sniped at 100 range though. Without unsportable, they will get they'll get discarded very often. $110 armor, huh? That's a lot of damage. This one is rarely worth it to give attention. But there are situations. Well, we'll wait for the real release Agneta before we try to fix it. But I expect we're gonna have to revert some of the. I mean, maybe with the faction effect, maybe with the Mazdamundi. Try to revert that one first. Revert the technology on the Mazdamundi that we did, and I guess we can start reverting some Tomb King changes after that. It's just gonna take time. Begin with the with Mazdamundi faction effect and technology. Begin with that, because that technology does not exist anymore. It's probably why it's breaking it. Stuff like this is considered when you, like, let's say you're dealing with chaos and they got chosen halberdiers. It's not that. Well, it could. I'm just taking a guess here. I'm just taking a guess. When I say everything, it is everything. So what can be done about that if it's everything? I guess wait for the patch. Broken mod. I feel like when they break mods, they do this shit on purpose. I mean, I have a feeling they deleted the old Weapon Master and they created a new Weapon Master just to cause shit. We're gonna have to see when they patch the game. Blessed Salamander Hunting Pack, swapping their usual anti-large bonus or large explosions and anti-infantry gives these variant Salamanders great ability versus massed enemy units, because they hello to the Tomb Kings. .140 range. And they got big anti-infantry projectiles. Like there's a lot more option. This is all possible. I mean, maybe they change how it works. Blessed Ancient Salamander fix a large global on fire that splits into barrage of small fireballs. This Ancient Salamander devastates lineup of enemy opposition. Get this inflates. It's also read in a high aura that makes it nearby enemies more vulnerable to all sorts of fire damage. At least it's a 55-meter radius. I guess this thing could be cool with this is actually additional. This is an additional effect for the fire weakness. So having this guy nearby when you cast a flame storm, stuff like this is really strong. You have a second generation Lord of Fire Slan, and you add modifiers. Modifiers with spell intensity are incredibly powerful. This one would go nicely with a lot of Fire Slan. And there's the Blessing Angel Stegadon. The Stegadon itself trades in the usual bonus with large for significant anti-infantry bonus, and the Skink Howdah is equipped with a deadly lingering damage over time poison. Yeah, we'll just wait for the auto beta Agneta. Don't worry about it. 11,000 hell blazed ancient Stegadon. These are always gonna be some of the strongest units. Anti-large ancient Stegadon with poison projectiles, damage over time projectiles. Stuff like this is really strong. Can't really compare to Dread Saurian though. That Saurian just crazy. Crazy, crazy. Okay, okay, let's see, guys. Fingers crossed. Copium, hopium, let's hope this sex shit is not random. Okay, let's go, let's go. The black background for the chat. This resource added in 6.3 can be gained from completing blessed spawning missions, rights, or through the Enlightenment of War commandment. The cost for spawning signets a unit will depend on the quality tier of the unit. Blessed Skin Cord will cost 50, whereas the Blessed Cards cost 350. Below are some screenshots showing the panel and a couple of examples of getting the resource. Oh my god. They did it. No more random. No more random. So you need this spawning sequence resource. Trade rebalance. Well, I won't go over all 225-ish trades that we have rebalanced for the obvious reason of bloat. There are some below with their 6.3 effects. There's a new follower in town, let him follow you. Lizardmen non-feral dinosaurs now have a faction-specific tinting. There's some examples. We have made a reduction to the reduction for moving in jungle areas on the campaign map. Yes, please word it like this if you see it. People will laugh and all is happy in the world. This is not a mass reduction, but does make change in playthroughs. So the rough terrain is less rough in Lastria. Commandments have changed to support the spawner sequence resource. Increased the amount of spawning sequence earned by rights by 2%. But it's 100, and 2% of 100 is 2. This one is 4 per turn. Why is this one 4 per turn, distance 2%? Oh man, look at this. So what's the cooldown on this unit? Is it how many turns? So they're all available from the start. We just need the resource. Blessed Hormones are 200. Oh my god. The stats look higher. I swear that unit had 57 attack. This unit had 57 attack, not 60. So some of the units might have been ninja buffed. This thing is 200 as well. Campaign buffs.
You red Sparta clan.
But what do you mean campaign buffs? They had different stats. These units are not even rank 9. So 60 melee attack is crazy. They are invisible buffs on campaign for all blessed units. But I got the higher. So it's 10 turn cooldown, so you get 1 every 10 turns. Yeah, I know they have higher stats. But this stats got even higher. I'm not comparing it to the basic one. I'm saying the Blessed Horn ones had used to have lower attack. Now they even have higher. I'm not comparing the Blessed Horn ones with the Horn ones. I'm saying the Blessed Horn ones have more attack than before. Somebody must have had OCD with this. An army of feral cold ones, cannons of second Bastille units will spawn in your faction capital. 3 blessed beasts will be added to your blessed spawning pool. 3 blessed beasts. It's a 50 turn cooldown. That's nonsense. 50 turn in Warhammer 3, man. Come on, what the fuck? This should be 30 turns, really. 50 turns, man. What the fuck, 50 turns? Okay, that was the Lizardmen stuff. Looking pretty good. Spamming. How is 30 turns spamming? You make it sound like I said 3 turns, not 30.
In the name of Magnus.
It's a really poor choice of words there, my friend. Look at him, he's beautiful. Does this animation still have Buck Chariot? Let's see. Yeah, there's still Buck Chariot on the left. Okay. Just one moment, boys. One moment. Okay, what do we say here? We did a lot of work in Tomb Kings and mod, and now it's, yeah. Why we should probably just, yeah. In order, Setter, Karab, Khalid, and Arkan, some would not change, but the majority were updated, replaced, or number nudged. You also add a hidden effect for each faction, so when you get an increased capacity, it actually counts as an increase. Well, I guess it's not hidden anymore. I've just gone and told you. I wrote on the internet. Faction effects. This is Cetra one. All provinces have 20 growth. Didn't this used to be like control faction wide? Faster contraction and more growth. Katep has Winds of Magic Power Reserve minimum plus 10 for all armies. Character experience gain plus 25% all characters. Mortar Call covering cost minus 20%. It looks like they removed the control from both Cetra and Khalida. No, this is my bad. This is the Lord and this is not Khalida yet. Cetra lost control in the faction effect. Khalida gets magical attacks. The Scarab gets magical attacks for everybody in his army. Chance of Winds of Magic increase in strength when changing plus 50% local province. Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? 10% more. This is Katep. This is Cetra. This is Khalida. Khalida starts with 15 research and 4 control. Dedication to Asaf. Increased armor piercing damage and penetration for archer units, all armies. Whatever that means. Looks like Arkan didn't get shit. But Arkan was already the strongest. We'll see now. Buildings. Even since the stream, we have made some updates on feedback to the buildings. Below are the changes as a whole. Garrisons have changed. I won't list details. This time it is me being lazy, but shall attach a couple of screenshots. Scorpions are back in minus elements. Okay. Ushapti weren't left alone either. They have increased capacity if you unlock the relevant patronage technology. This is the same for Tungar, Halberts, and some others. So there's more stuff to unlock on the technology. It looks like Two Kings actually, they might have put a lot there. Let's load new Arkham campaign. Ooh, hex rates benefit from Realm of Souls. Starting with fully buffed hex rates that benefit from Realm of Souls. Looks like Arcan Vimpercans units benefit from Realm of Souls now. I guess it's some big magics. Hey, Saron. Man, we're gonna have to revert so much stuff on the Tomb Kings.
My father demands it.
This guy starts with Tomb Scorpion and Hex Rates, and the Hex Rates now have Realm of Souls on them. Crypt Ghouls as well. They did forget the new technologies though. These units are supposed to have all the buffs from technologies
Oh my
and the
God.
battle skills.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
They still have no barrier here. Because, for example, look at this. This is a 42 weapon strength. This is technology for 15% weapon strength. But there's technology for barrier and they don't have barrier. And ghouls, they have technology for hunger and there's no hunger here. So they forgot the change technologies. You can see technology from the fell beds, they get 20 armor. of work in the Tomb Kings. And now they updated them. Are you watching the videos yet? No, we haven't. There's a lot to go through. Screamless Catapult is still +1. So dynasties do give additional capacity on these units. There are 2 hex rates on the ancient burial mound. The big statues have been moved from tier 5 to tier 4 and added more buildings. What the fuck, man? This is exactly some of the shit I did in my version of this building. So you get tier 5 here, and you get technology, and you get +2 fizz resist for all the war sphinx. Two missile resistance for all the necro sphinxes. Your titans get ward save. Yeah, it's a common sense. As bonus stack, of course, this is a type of stuff that stacks. So you get 10 of these buildings, here Titan will get 10% ward save with technology 20. But it's a tier 5. This is pretty crazy for these units. This is fun stuff as well. Oh, look at this added zero here. I'm shocked. Enemy armies in a local region minus 10% movement. What the fuck, man? It's nothing. It's also in this, just in the region. This isn't gonna do anything. Only region and 10%? That's useless. Maybe a little bit more capacity for the Carians. It's a region, Solaris. Not a province. Okay. So pattern technologies do increase capacity on the units. It's pretty much for a variety of units. There's a landmark somewhere here. Royalty are buried here when the mortal bodies die. It looks like this picture is supposed to be not supposed to be here. This place looks like to have slightly better garrison, I think. 20 jars. Vampiric corruption plus 20, it's red. They added a House of Everlasting Life, a tier 5 landmark in Lamia. Vigor loss reduction plus 25% of fighting in known territory, all characters. Too good for heroes. Wound recovery time -1 turns all lords, and all lords get regeneration. Which is not... it sounds like it's something, but this could be actually pretty bad. For example, Arkan has 50 fire weakness, and it's gonna add another 20 fire weakness. And you're gonna go from battle to battle and then wonder why a Hex Raid killed your lord. And you forgot they had flaming attacks. That's a big fire weakness. Okay, let's go back to the patch notes. Landmarks. They now have some new effects, and stay tuned as there is some spice of a new landmark you can find in Lamia with unique effects when playing as Khalid. I guess this is the one on top. City of Bronze. This used to be such a shit landmark. Is it just for Khalida? Khalida has extra, okay. Or might have extra. Snipe for Shafti. What? Do they know what snipe does?
All shall fear.
So basically, if this Shafti is in the woods, you know, in the woods, and you know, somehow they stay hidden, and they get sniped, they'll stay hidden and they'll be fighting out of the woods. Unless you can give them stock somehow, this it's very poor. Snipe doesn't work unless the unit is hidden. Yeah, there is an ability that grants one unit stock for 90 seconds. Not the entire army, is one unit. This thing, I think, used to be one job per turn. Unit mass plus 10% for Necropolis Knights. I increased mass on Necropolis Knights the mod. They're gonna revert that too. All the Necro Serpents, it is. So it looks like only some get Garrison. Yeah, it's gonna be insanely time effort. You still have to check all these things anyways. They're just gonna be slow. So the pyramids have better buffs overall. I just can't be bothered right now. I'm not even probably bothered with the mod for an entire month. I don't even have time for it. The Great Pyramid of Cetra gets a War Sphinx garrison. Well, that definitely gives some units more, some building more. The thing is, we already done modifications on everything in Yetta, so when we have to look at the Tomb Kings, we're gonna have to check that anyway, so we don't have to note it. We just have to go again over Tomb Kings all over again. And then it's gonna be a lot of time. Because I already changed that landmark, so I'm gonna see it again and don't have to note it, just gonna see it again there. As you saw how much we put in Tomb Kings. It's pointless to do anything right now, we're just gonna have to go over it once I check everything. Because we didn't do just one thing, unit. Those buildings are different now as well. So if those things are generating so much jars, how much do technologies cost? 500, increase the cost from 200 to 500. 250, 100 to 250. The 6th dynasty provides 10 corruption. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. And if I have time, we'll be doing it. If I don't, we'll not do it. This one specifically removes fire weakness from Cetra. Also makes the faction leader unbreakable. Interesting how they added the garrisons to some of the landmarks and they didn't do it on the rest. So let's say the Xander Pyramid, for example. Still no garrison. Small place. It's like the only one that actually fits the garrison. The resources are still the same. I guess it doesn't really matter.
I serve king and patriarch.
Ten, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, this one is different. Marble now provides hero crew rank +1 for necrotechs. Again, I'm guessing it's faction wide. And +5 armor for all constructs. Oh, that's cool. This one used to have iron. I guess it doesn't have iron anymore. Where's the closest iron? Oh, I guess we'll just check in the north. Armor piercing weapon range +1 all armies. What? That is amazing for Tomb Guard. Amazing for Crypt Ghouls. That's wow. 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 There used to be iron in Mahrak, but they fucked up when they made this place. They forgot to put iron in Mahrak. There's iron in Martek, so you can get one here. And there's one here, so you get two. It's only plus 2 AP. Used to be a third one here, but that one they forgot. That's crazy. Plus 1 AP, all armies.
Tomb Prince.
This one iron is over 10% damage buff against armor Tomb Guard. Just one. Said there was salt as well. It's for the Lich Priests. And there's another, this one doesn't have a third buff though. So it makes you wonder why the Lich Priests don't get a third buff. You have faction-wide buff here. You got a faction-wide buff here. But this one doesn't get anything. Not even plus 1 power. I guess I'll just be salty about this one. Because it's a lazy copy-pasta, Top Manager. They're very consistent with this text. This is the proper way to say it. This one usually does the same thing, but when it doesn't say faction-wide, it usually means local. So province or region. But it's usually it's the same thing. This, it's kind of weird that just those 3 resources work like that. Let's definitely spice things up. We have moved it around a bit, added some new technologies, but the key takeaways are less penalty from research technologies, better effects. Edge and recruiting technologies now increase the recruit rank by 2-2. And also some unit capacity technologies which also should help out your transition late game, both by giving you increased unit capacity directly, but increasing the capacity of your better units for buildings you have. Some are my top picks. Hearts of Stone, plus 5% hit points to all characters. All characters immune to flanking. And leadership plus 10 for constructs. The patronages are the other texts below. You can receive additional Shapti from Metal Souls. Like I mentioned in the stream, everything has been touched a list of a little bit. Below will be new skills and some rework ones. Guys, I doubt that they checked anything in the mod. I doubt it. All this shit is just, like somebody said earlier, common sense. But they still don't have enough common sense when the Zandri has no garrison. I guess they wanted an army to garrison Zandri. So wisdom's no longer go into proclamations, but they go into another technology. So they get 2 more techs. I guess 2 more techs for each dynasty. This one is minus 20, minus 20, minus 20. So from minus 30 to minus 20, okay. But this one gives 10 corruption for some reason. And it's red. Maybe it's unique to Archon. The heroes now have capacity as well. This one has a research rate minus 50. Why is this one minus 50? Why is this one minus 50? It almost looks like this one is bugged. Must be something with Archon. This building doesn't even spread vampiric corruption.
You are not him.
Oh, they have completely forgot any spell intensity on this guy. Gotta love it how this guy's supposed to be, you know, a big wizard. But what's the big wizard stuff? He even has access to Great Arcane Conduit. Staff of Nagash. Created by the Arch Necromancer, the staff harnesses dark magic from deep within the accursed Black Pyramid. Man, it's so boring. There's some extra skills on Tomb Prince.
No!
They added charge bonus on Royal Lieutenant. This one grants him magic attacks and lowers enemy spell resistance in the region. This one increases the capacity for the chariots and also reduces upkeep for the chariots. Huh. The Esting Flanker on the Skeleton Chain is actually crazy. Guys, we see this shit all the time. It's not just like we see this shit all the time. It's just nothing new here. Nothing new. Income from raiding plus 10%. God damn! God damn! And if I was working on this game and I had sent this my game, I'd be so embarrassed. It's not like they put a typo or something here like unit capacity plus 10 or you know, or sometimes Agneta does other 0 by accident when we are patching shit. No, but they purposely here lower upkeep in the chariots. On a faction it does have no upkeep. Yeah, is it me or this is much cheaper now? Wasn't this 400? Now it's 250. Man, Katib is gonna have a blast with the Mortuary Cult now. This one looks like the same as before. The first one at least. If Tomb Kings have to pay for allied units, that's bug too. And that's supposed to have upkeep on units. I completely forgot about spell intensity. Like, what the fuck, man? This one now costs 500 jars. Imagine a guy working on a Tomb King stuff and he puts up production. This is like... There's just like no words. Fucking hell, man. That guy is not going to do any good for this game. He's just there for a 9 to 5 paycheck. Ouroboros increases healing cap by 45%. That's an enchanted item. Come on, give me one item with spell intensity. And please let it be better than Forbidden Road. %5 on Scroll of Power is a generic item. Well, 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 well. What do we have here? The only forbidden item, the only arcane item you're gonna equip on your characters. 25 spell intensity. This one used to be 10. Bam! 25. It's not even rare. Not even rare. That tells you how much they know about this shit. This went from 10 to 25 and they left the uncommon. Uncommon. It's a one-used Black Period. So from 10 to 25 and it's still uncommon. Their budget for spell intensity sucks. This is bad cause everybody's gonna use this and nothing else. And they're gonna see that everybody's using this and nothing else, they're gonna nerf it. Mark my words. I'm not gonna use any of this shit. I mean, look at this. 250, 250, 25 spell intensity. That is a lot for a single item. And it's not even rare. This one is spell resistance. Doo-doo. Summon skeleton warriors. You're a wizard. And the best item wizard, spell intensity. End discussion. Banners. Emblem Withering. Can get a unit sundering attacks. Oh, that's the stock thing, yeah. Stock banner. There's a armor sunder, stock, perfect vigor, better reload. Only 10% though. What the hell, man? These are so poor. So poor. There's generic stuff that's better. Frenzy for the Lord or Hero. But you can put Banner of Swiftness or Lord or Hero. These are so poor. So poor. These are like some shitty runes, really, what they are. They're all missing one stat. They're all missing one stat. I mean, until you find better stuff and you have jars, I guess, why not? The only I can see this to put the frenzy on Saturn to get a banner of swiftness, but this is really poor. You're probably gonna get this one for Saturn until you get banner of swiftness. This is crazy cost for something so poor, and you can only equip 6 ancillaries. Yeah, this is poor. This is poor. I wouldn't say this is even average shit. This is just poor. What does it matter? One unit in the army has perfect vigor. If you probably wanna stack a Legion of Legend to have more fun with it. Like you got the Venom Knights of Asaf. I can see on this unit put perfect vigor, but that's an exception because you have only one of these. This unit, I can see them use the Sunder armor, but there's only one of these units exist. Regular units are not gonna be worth equipped with this shit. But there's a limit how many you can put. And there's all the characters in the army and other stuff. Let's say there is a lord and 2 heroes in the army. You have probably 2 or 3 generic ancillaries, and then there is 3 left. One is gonna be definitely better on swiftness when you find it, and another if you find it, and another if you find it, and you're gonna use any of these banners. You're not gonna be buffing generic units with this. You're only gonna buff special units with this. And you have 5 with Shapti, and one has 10% better reload times. You're not even gonna see this. You think you're gonna notice this? No, you're gonna notice this if you put it on a Legion of Legend or a Regiment of Renown. This one will be noticeable. This one will be noticeable on a specific one, like the Storm Riders. But there's limits how many you can use. So these things, if you ask me, only gonna be good in Regiments of Renown and the Lord until you get better stuff. You're not gonna be bothering that for generic units. Yeah, casket reload is okay. That one is a good example. Storm Riders of Sar, this is just questionable. Perfect vigor on anything you have room. Casket of Souls, actually, you know what? This is shit. This is actually shit. Because the perfect vigor is better than the reload time reduction. As you fire a couple of times, you're going to lose 20 to 30% of this, and this prevents this. So this by default is shit compared to this, and they are like the same cost, 500 each. This one also actually costs more. Perfect vigor is by default better than reload time reduction. Because when you lose vigor, you lose, I think, 20% reload time reduction. So this is just shit compared to this. Unless you put this... this is just shit. The only good target for this is Casket of Souls and a Bone Giant, and you put this on a Bone Giant and it's 2 times better, over 2 times better. Now this is just trash. This is just bad. They don't know how this works. When the unit fires a couple of times, they lose vigor. And when they lose vigor, they immediately lose 10 reload times. As they keep firing, they lose another 10%. And this prevents that from happening. Holy shit, this is so bad. Where are we at? And this is they're showing the skills. This one doesn't have upkeep anymore, huh? That one is just, trust me on this one, that one should not even exist really, when the perfect vigor exists. And putting that one on the perfect vigor shaft with the landmark don't matter. One shaft firing faster, that's not gonna matter. What is this? Tipping the scales on the Lich Priests. I think I accidentally added upkeep reduction, obviously not required for Tomb Kings, to your in-game version of this skill. Whoops, this will be remade in the future hot trick. Somebody haven't played Tomb Kings, looks like. So, Lich Priests have a skill that grants 5% more targeting range. This is not even going to be noticeable. 10% will be barely noticeable, 5% is not going to be noticeable. I think this one might have been just 10% miscast, and this might be a new one. Necrotects have more range on Restore and one more use of Restore. Yeah, that's okay. Dynasty Lords can remove attribute wounds. Wound recovery time -1 turns. It's also available to some Legend Lords, huh? This means for Dynasty Lords they can get all the gods now, not just one. Tomb King's got new skills.
Servant of Nagash.
What the fuck? What the shit?
My will be done.
So they added 60 AP and they added 5 anti-infantry on top of attack and defense. That's a big buff damage, really. %10 shield, 10 armor. I've seen the tournament, LS. I've seen the tournament. I finished my Vlad campaign today, so I've seen some trades already. If this is available on Heroes, it's not gonna work on Hero, because this is supposed to say own army. So this one probably still bugged on Heroes. And I swear they fixed it one in Warhammer 2, but I might have imagined it. Maybe the Heroes no longer have it available. So these are skills that you just get. The problem is with Tomb Kings, they do need a lot of skills to get the good stuff. A lot of skills. But I get early Hammer and War Swings, so you don't have to bother with fighting skills. So a Tomb King, which is an undead, gets immune to psychology and immune to content effects. Okay, at least they saved it with immune to content effects. Yeah, this is they thought about Harry. They thought about Harry. Harry's gonna be wielding a Kara sooner or later. Fire is only a problem if you get regeneration. It's never been a problem, really. I got 50% fire weakness, but it's get removed by this one. Defender of the Dynasty. 4 attack, 6 defense. What the fuck? Who decides this way? This is a lord, not a hero, man, for fuck's sake. This is like scraps. These are like fucking scraps, man. Look at this values, man. These are fucking scraps. They got fucking scraps like fucking Gobo in the Badlands picking up shit from the ground. And this is called Defender of the Dynasty. Fucking scraps. This one does make the War Sphinx tougher, and it's nice. These guys are all the great, because the Hammer War Sphinx is an amazing mount. 6 more defense only does do wonders. Four more skill points, huh? These are all the same as before. No Casket of Souls on the Eros of Asoph. Tomb King's patch, and they again forgot about the Casket of Souls. Casket of Souls is here, but not here. I'm blind, I'm blind. Never mind, never mind. I'm blind. They're on boat now. My bad. So everything is here now, huh? No bone giants and casket and skin catapults here. I mean, casket is actually not needed here. Bone giant and skin skull catapults. Jar hoarder. 15 per turn and 5% more from post battle. It's been a long day for me. No Belich put 6. So, although as undead you're immune to fear, and the worst things gives you terror. I wanted to make Chariot instead users not feel left out. So to those players, this is for you. What does this even mean? What does this even mean? They're like saying it like the Chariot and the steeds are not undead. The way they're saying it here, that when they get on a chariot, which is skeleton chariot and skeleton steed, they're no longer undead. Do they don't know how this works? This is scary when the devs write shit like this. So for Pepegas that are already immune to psychology, they got the extra immune psychology. This is unbelievable. Sad.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
You can now circle the Realm Souls once more by unlocking the technology proclamation of First Dynasty. Oh, that's cool. Now we can also revert the Realm Soul stuff. They went... I increased duration, they doubled it. I increased duration, they doubled it, man. LS, come on, man. You've been playing this game for years. Undead are immune to fear and terror. It has not. You know what's happening here? The devs are confusing it with them having fear, and then they forget they have undead, and then they get terror on the worst things, so they not get terrified. But they for somehow forget they're undead. So this is a common thing that happens. So they're undead, and then they're mixing the thing with fear and terror. Because they're thinking about how the second thing works, and they just completely disregard that they're still undead. This happens, right? This is just a common mistake. Just read this. This one tells you. I wanted to make Chariot instead users not feel left out. He clearly forgets that they are still undead. He just thinks about terror here. Has nothing to do with the couple of effects that remove undead. When did you see Warriors of Chaos in Hekara? Tunnel vision, yeah. I mean, guys, these are undead with 80 base leadership. They got 80 base leadership. 80. That's high, very high. 84. 89. This is so irrelevant. This is 89 without anything else. This guy will probably have probably around 110 to 120 leadership, and even if he's no longer undead, this is not going to do anything. Let's not even talk about this anymore. Another 12 leadership here. Leadership in attacking, leadership versus affection, leadership in defending, leadership in a siege. These things have crazy leadership. So no, let's forget they're undead for a second. Which you're not supposed to have crazy leadership. This doesn't do anything because they have crazy leadership. Where are we at? For the large part we are fine, so adjusted their costings, cooldown times and some numbers for rituals. The rites. And they left the dining right at 50 turns. This one being 10 turns is really nice. Mortuary Cult. You now gain canonical jars from battle kills, not from captive options. This is a great way to increase the amount of the resource which really assists you growing nation. But how can I spend? I'm glad you asked. With 6.3 comes the Hekaran Decrease, a provincial effect system which lets you give the Lich Priest some canonical jars for them to bestow gifts on your faction. So more dictats. Who the heck would get a tattoo on a dick? God damn. Goddamn Dark Elves, the crazy. Dictats or the labor. What do you call the Dark the Chaos Dwarf ones? So there is one for money. Heed the will. This one has 10 research for 5 turns. Bloomcool, stop bitching, man. Lizardmen update is good. Rightful reclamation. Allows settlements to perform a garrison sally attack with plus 1000 range. Ho ho ho! Go damn! Go damn! That's some good shit.
Oh my
You can do it
God.
once every 5
Have you
turns.
seen that shit? Holy shit! What the
That's gonna be
hell?
surprise, motherfucker. That's a really good mechanic, especially if they're nearby a big city. This is they added this with Kislev, and now the Tomb Kings have it. I'm not talking about the minor settlements, I'm talking about big cities. You don't even have to have an Ataman there like the Kislev needs to have. I mean, approach Black Pyramid of Malgash, I dare you. What's 1000 range? I would say it's about 60 movement, depending on how rough terrain is. The provincial garrisons are fine, Heretic. Sometimes the AI marches around the cities thinking they're not gonna get attacked, and this is a really good thing to use. Or to finish off an army that you have no more movement. That's a really good effect. This is very good. This can literally buy you a turn or prevent whack-a-mole. This is really good. Now imagine something survives and you can finish it off because you have no more movement left, like the Beastmen scumbags. You can right-click that, Beastman dead. That's a god move. Got smitten by Petra. That's crazy good. And look at this! Every settlement can do it, not just the capital. So the entire province mobilizes. This is gonna be funny in some provinces. You can attack them with the main garrison. If they survive, if you have to go into battle, then you can attack them with the other settlement because they have to retreat after the battle. This is gonna be really funny sometimes. This is stuff that gives you extra time, extra movement. Entire province settlements can attack. I mean, for the minor settlements, it's no big deal unless it's a damage force, but the main settlement is gonna be very good. You have something for early game, mid game, later campaigns, or use all three whenever you want, but you will need to give up on the precious canopic jars. Something tells me canopic jars no longer precious. We have renamed the first up to Dynastic Legends, making room for confederations. Before I continue, one quite minor thing was the hero art didn't have a border on it, so the image was stretched a little. That has been resolved and they look right compared to the roars. You know why I think this is also really nice? Because literally the saints come alive. The saints come alive. And there's gonna be nowhere's gonna be safe when the things get turned on. Heretic, stop bothering me with spoilers. I already see this where this is going. costings. You have rebalanced the costings of both resets acquired, canonic jars, and gold acquired, and rebalance some effects in line with changes made in 6.2. Okay, show me the new stuff. Fine. We made a new uncommon rare. We new uncommon arcanite music canopy which grants terror to a Lich Priest and lets you summon an unit of skeleton warriors to defend them. Yeah. There's 25 spell intensity on the other item. Cetra's banner is only available when you're playing as this faction, but the others can be crafted numerous times, so remember to keep some canonic jars around for this. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with the banners. Confederations. You may have heard on the grapevine that Tomb Kings can confederate. This is true, but with some caveats to keep them in line with their established lore. Khalida and Kateb... who can they force into confederation by defeating in battle? Arkan can force Khalida and Kateb. Who can they confederate using Mortuary Cult? None. Khalida can confederate the Kateb in battle and Kateb with the Mortuary Cult. Kateb can confederate Khalida in battle and Cult, and Cedra can confederate Kateb and Khalida in battle and Khalida with Mortuary Cult. And nobody can confederate Cedra, that fits. Books of Nagash. We didn't move them all to Nekara, that seemed wrong. We did, however, move a few of them closer below. Their effects has also been updated with Dune Restoration, which restores models similar to Vampire Counts, the Dead Rise Again. Only for Tomb Kings, it's limited to constructs. Are they added this on every book? No, they didn't add it to the 9th book of Nagash. Dune Restoration plus 3% chance to restore constant units to be restored after battle. Dune Restoration plus 2% hit points for restore after battle. So the constant can be now restored with the Books of Nagash. Sheesh, I fell asleep on the Lizardmen change like 3 or 4 hours ago and you're still reading patch notes. Well, how else are we gonna absorb knowledge if we don't read it? Looks like someone is slightly buffed and the rest just added this effect. Huh. Well, the guy is a Greenskin fan, leave him alone. I love doing quality of life updates to the Lizardmen and Tomb King races, and I hope there is something here for everyone and that you enjoy them when you sink your teeth into the patch on release. Audio. I need to take a short break here, boys. Be back. I'm here, boys. So, Bloomcools, listen carefully now. If you want to bitch about something, you should bitch about Lord Mazdamundi not having a legendary Lord skill tree. Bitch about that. Of all the cards in the game, He does not have his legendary skill tree. That's the thing you need to bitch about. Also, I'm not sure if you seen it or if you missed it. Lizardmen literally have one of the best technology openings in the entire game now. Just don't tell CA. They added something that makes no sense when you think about it. Where are we at? We have been keeping an ear out for your feedback and have been hard at work with our partners over at Games Workshop to spruce up, expand, and record new voiceover work for Norska's Wolfrig and Trog. I did notice some new voiceovers on Wolfrig. They sound pretty good. Trog does sound good as well. And Bertonia's Albric. Albric got new voiceovers? Damn. They had generic ones before. Wolfrig voiceover has been expanded to match voiceover set for Warhammer 3 Legend Lords. Still the tough and rugged performance as before from Edward Dogliani, but with more lines and more Norscan charm. They're polishing Norska and Albric before they polishing Azak. I guess they just left Azak, you know, with 3 different tones on the voiceover. Trog now has a shiny new voice, which is more in line with the lore and feedback from forums. Most people have been bitching about this one quite a bit. This goes with a whole new script to match Warhammer 3 Legend Lords. Original quest battles are recorded with new script and a new performance style. That put so much work into it. Okay, so some voice lines, we will. Bertoni Albric, Legionaric is no more. We have fully voiced Albric the Borderloo as a Legend Lord and given him his own full set of bespoke voiceover lines. And Christoph Haspel has returned to reprise his role from Bertonia's cinematic tale for Warhammer 1. We also added a brand new voice for one of our Bertonian Lords, as one of these used to be played by Christoph. So we also have the comeback of the Norska and Warriors of Chaos soundtracks as well in the game. Maybe they added legendary skills for Albric.
I command, Warrior King.
He said nothing.
My body, heart, and soul for the lady.
Yeah, that's from the trailer.
No obstacle will stand before me.
What was that trailer again? It sounds like exactly like in the trailer. That was an amazing trailer. Let's go check it out. One moment, boys. One moment. It sounds exactly like in the trailer.
Sega.
I give my body, heart, and soul to the lady whom I seek. No plea for help shall find me wanting. No obstacle will stand before me.
How many people are gonna start a Bertona campaign after watching this trailer? Scoring is probably only starting one.
No evil will taint the lands bequeathed unto me. When the clarion call is sounded, I will ride out and fight. In the name of Liege and Lady. That which is sacrament, I shall preserve. That which is sublime, I will protect. That which threatens.
He's fighting on foot. I guess his horse might have gotten killed.
For my holy wrath will know no bounds. Honor is all. Chivalry is all. Rejoice.
Green Scout
For we, the knights
saves
of
the day.
Britannia, will be your shield.
Green Scout saves the day. Hold on, where is this? It's here.
Duke of Bordelot, servant of Mana.
That's cool, that's cool. I like when they do audio stuff. I really like that. If only they remember the settings like this as well.
No obstacle will stand before me. No plea for help shall find me wanting. For my body, heart, and soul, for the lady. Duke of Bordelot, servant of Mana.
Let's click a couple of times in the game. You know, I kind of like Albrecht. I go to Gran Kate and I see him from for Mama Ying. It feels so good. He can travel the world. He doesn't even care where he goes. What? What? I mean, look at his objective. You can go simp for Mama Ying. You can save Gran Kate. Doesn't matter. This is beautiful.
Very well, for the lady.
They added stand your ground here, I think. The defense and attack look low for a paladin, really. I guess the skills, no skills for the paladins. I rather ally with chaos. Sigvald is the north.
But it will never be forgiven.
He doesn't even have. He still has that shit ass skills. He doesn't have the legendary skill stuff.
Alberic de Bordelot,
Now we know how to say his name. Albrecht Borlegs.
Duke of Bretonia, pure of heart, humility and honor, untarnished, Manan's wrath. Chivalry is all.
Man, I'm also curious for the voice lines in the diplomacy, but we have to talk with him.
I seek the Grail, lest I be judged.
Grail is just outside Nangao. Trust me.
In the name of Magnus,
So there's new voice lines for Wulfric as well.
chaos has chosen me.
Chaos has chosen me.
I am the eternal challenge.
This also looks like higher quality as well. You know what's cool when you click between the factions and this spins like a coin?
Cunning is in the troll's nature, but the brains to use it well are Rui's divine gift.
It looks like he just doubled his intelligence.
Face me if you dare.
He sounds like so menacing. I think they're definitely gonna have more voice lines in diplomacy though. Guess to chat with both Demon Prince campaign makes sense.
Wulfric the Wanderer. Champions fall. Undefeated. Where's my next quarry? To the four corners. World Walker.
I'm expecting something really nice for Wulfric in the next DLC.
Wulfric. Done and done.
Done and done. You know, Bloomcool's, it's coming.
Shame and sorcery.
What? My challenge? Undeniable.
I think Wulfric got more stuff on the for diplomacy.
Champion of the Saurus.
Well, that's definitely new.
Yes.
His sword, 30% damage, magical attacks 44 seconds. %30 damage for 44 seconds, that's not horrible. The war mammoths are crazy these days though. It's really crazy. Yeah, they changed it, they changed it. This is a war mammoth that can have Quicksilver and a banner of swiftness, so that's always gonna be crazy.
None can resist my challenge.
So they're definitely saying more stuff on the campaign map, and I'm assuming there's gonna be more in diplomacy when you talk with them.
Sigmar's will.
Cunning is in the troll's nature, but the brains to use it well are Rui's divine gift.
Sounds like more intelligent and wise now. He's like one of a kind, and the rest of his kind are all just like a bunch of Muppets. Shh! We don't talk about those here, Marshall.
Throg, the Troll King. I hunger. Amuse me. One of a kind.
One of a kind.
Lord of the mindless hordes.
Lord of the Mindless Hordes. That tells you that his armies are supposed to be all trolls.
Wintertooth, ally of the storm. Vision and purpose. My wrath simmers.
Well, so this stuff does sound good.
Dale acta.
The scorned beast.
The Scorned Beast.
In the name of Magnus.
and the eternal challenger.
Let's get a new voice acting here. So, Warriors of Chaos and more. The Warriors of Chaos music from Warhammer 1 has come to Warhammer 3 in both battle and campaign. So the soundtrack is back. Skirmish battle tracks for High Elves, Dark Elves, Lizardmen, Scary Tomb Kings, and Vampire Coast will now play more frequently. As a miscellaneous here, a greenskin skill update for a Night Goblin War Boss. And a Goblin Big Boss. Black Orc Big Boss. And well, we have to check those as well. Who has the Goblin Big Boss? Grimgor? One True Git. Gork's Fist. Night Goblin War Boss, Goblin Big Boss. Or Black Orc Big Boss. Giant River Troll Hag. Added 20 new unusual locations. 20! They're gonna be popping like every turn now. There's actually a new unusual location that can get upgraded for future campaigns. And I always wanted stuff like this, and I hope if this works, they add more stuff like this. Oh no, he's determined. Oh no, anyways. Look at that. So, skills for the Goblin Big Boss. Can only pick one. Sundering attacks. Or speed opportunities, tasting murder and devastating flanker. Or disrupted. Silence enemies and reduces physical resistance. They're actually all decent. Maybe the Sundering Attacks is a little bit weaker than the other two. As the Barking Pack on the first skill, get an opportunistic murder for the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. And devastating flanker for these units as well. Can only pick one. Dig in for Goblin Artillery units. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Dig in for Doom Divers. They're gonna have like crazy range. Ramming speed, chariots, opportunistic murder, and yielding assault. Like why is what? Silence prevents the use of abilities, which is pretty cool. Send this guy on a wizard and he won't be able to do shit. I like the first little stabbing. But I feel like he's not gonna go in the army unless we're gonna use Doom Divers. So 6 skills on a single one does anything for the campaign map. What about something to help him as an agent? Like what Tauruk has, for example. Holy fuck me. Cookies, don't look. Close your eyes, Cookies. Unyielding assault and 60 AP on arm to the teeth. They had to nerf the Black Orc Big Boss because they said that he's second only to the Orc War Boss, and his old version was stronger than Orc War Boss when they did the Orc Boss changes. So they couldn't have the Black Orc Big Boss with the old stuff. So they're making the Orc War Boss more, they nerfed this thing and they added more skills now. This one will bully dwarves. Like poor dwarf lord against this guy on a war boar. These three are all good depending who's your enemy. Who starts with the hag? Does anybody start with the hag? Grom? So either some weird color issue there when going from the loading screens, or my monitor is dying.
Ready for murdering.
The biggest, meanest gobbo ever!
The punch. So the skills for the green skin characters. We'll check the Trollhag as well. Why is this feeling this guy got way more than the other ones? That was LH 4 years ago. Oh my god, it was never that big. You gotta have like 160 plus skills of a god like that. They kept the Black Bully as before. The big bully. So much for the trait rework. Okay. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Why did she get 5 skills and you can pick all of them? Incoming healing modifier plus 25%. 30% more healing cap. Look at this one. Spell intensity plus 50% for Doom and Darkness and Soul Blight. Spell intensity for new spell for spells is new, yeah. Those other guys got bare bones compared to this one here. It's only for Doom and Darkness and Soul Blight. Not very useful abilities, especially on these values. I guess the Soul Blight is okay. With a Forbidden Rod, it's gonna be a good bonus. But why they kept the big bully shit like this? I do love that immune psychology. Serial Densa lowers vigor penalties by 5%. I mean, vigor buildup by 5% on the entire army.
The Pulse! The Goblin King!
I don't think anybody starts with a Night Goblin War Boss. Who the Gorbat starts with?
Sigmar's will.
Shaman?
Get some.
Plotting and scheming.
Crowds whispering.
The Crown's Whispering. I don't think anybody starts a Night Goblin Shaman. Night Goblin War Boss, I mean. "20 unusual locations have been added. Update the existing unusual locations restrictions were lore appropriate to make them accessible to more races." There's a Night Goblin Big Boss, this is the War Boss. Yeah, this is the War Boss, not the Big Boss, my bad. Added camera blood splatter option in the graph settings. With this switched on, when you zoom in close enough, the blood action will splatter onto the camera, fading after a few seconds. Trait rebalance. While we won't go over all 225-ish traits we have rebalance for the obvious reason of bloat, here are some below with their 6.3 effects. Look at the trustworthy. Fucking hell, man. Holy fucking hell! Used to be 2 control and 5 diplomacy, now it's immune to diplomatic trespassing and 10 defense. Does this mean all your forces are immune or just this one? Couple of this and all of a sudden no diplomacy trouble. Discipline is nuts now, especially for the vampires. The vampire heroes pretty much all got buffed with this one, because they got all 8 attack and defense. Yeah, but hero cannot trespass. So it's strange. Maybe in the area where he's positioned. No, it's available to lords as well.
Who can I stand?
Man Stabber, 15 anti-infantry, 45 AP. This thing only has crazy AP and anti-infantry. They're gonna have like 55 anti-infantry now on the Great Cave Squig. Friends, yeah. Friends is cool. Cunning Movement to get a Strider Wayfarer and 50% speed. Guardian on all units except lords and heroes in the army. Make him a lot tougher and 10% 10 ward save as well. Skulking Expert. Smoke Bomb for lords and heroes. And all Nested Skulks get 8 anti-infantry in this army. That is strange, because those guys are not even Night Goblins. Do they know that? top loons. Ability number of users +1 for bugged loons. Weapon strength +30% for Night Goblin Fanatics units. Lord's Army. 50% more damage. Can only pick one of these. Armor piercing missile damage +1 for all Goblin and Night Goblin bow units. Damn, +1 AP damage. Guess it's pretty good for the Goblin archers. Cunning, tough, Master of the Black Arts. Master of Black Arts now have 10 intensity. I was playing to huh. Master of the Black Arts. Then intensity. That's gonna be really cool to get this one. It doesn't really matter. It's like the cunning stuff, because it only has other bonuses. Not all effects have to work for Lord or Hero. But yeah, there's always an option. I'm just surprised here. This trade is a little bit too good with just one thing on it. The other stuff is just extra. Well, you don't know me that much, I guess. It's just occasional confusion in communication. Trait stuff I was waiting for, I don't even know how long.
God. Have you seen that
The
shit?
trait stuff was like on top of the list for the fun in the game. It's just a little bit sad that we all done most of the traits and now this happens. This is what happens when you work on the mod and overhaul. I honestly feel a little bit exhausted by that, actually. Like, I just want to give up. General gameplay. Fix an issue so that when embedding a new agent into an army for an effect, if that army already has this effect, but of a different value that the higher value is used. This means if you have a high elf army with a noble giving 50% inflation to an army and you get an handmaiden to join this army offering 9%, her lower number will no longer replace the better effects. The highest value will always be preferred. Hopefully it also works when they gain ranks. I think I reported this shit back in 2018. After 7 years they patched this one. And hopefully it works without that second factor messing with it. Didn't they patch this one only like 2 times? Fix an issue where loading back into a save will lower the available winds of magic capacity to be the default, ignoring any items or skills you have. I swear they patched this one already. This one is Pearl Campaign. Fix the hard lock at the skill part of the character rank up script guide where it wasn't listening for the click at the correct timing. What? Cloud saving. Fix hero actions that affect armies such as Lord Krog replenisher being replaced by other actions they can perform or enter coming out of battle. This was super annoying. Hopefully it actually works. Fix an issue so the ranger pouch replenishing effects now correctly only applies to the character with it equipped. The Realm of Chaos issue, the fort. Fix an issue that resulted in quest battles triggering and providing the rewards twice. I wonder how long it's gonna take them to fix the lore keeper bug. Fix mission icon overlapping with army banners when the target is in an army. It's almost like, cause there's no DLC happening anytime soon, they went around dig for all the issues they could fix before the next update. In the Beasts and Bloodgrounds, the faction flag is now correctly placed with the devastation flag only upon the completion of the ritual. Several tools for Beasts and Bloodgrounds have been corrected. The skill fall premonitions now has correctly scaling intercept chance. Fix an issue with the race element icon appeared above the labels of all settlements in the Bloodground. They haven't fixed the bug battle skill. Demons of Chaos. The scripted tour of demonic glory now correctly starts when all the UI panels are closed. Oh my god, look at this. Dark Elves. Fixed non-working Black Arc expansion bonus in Dread expansion stands. It works now. It didn't work on the Black Arcs. This is big if it works now. The Black Arcs are trouble with replenisher because of this. Fix an issue so the summon elector counts now deducts the correct amount of prestige. Elspeth skill advisor of Null now affects all of the variants of Emperor range unit types, elector count and amethyst. University of Magic panel should no longer trigger when the shortcut of the players end their turn. That bug with the UI with the magic items is still in the game, even with this version though. This was introduced in the 6.2. Kate, matters of state now all have the same cooldown of 5 turns. Money is good, right? Yuan Bo's matters of state fiscal treaties, which gives money now, shows as a positive effect. Zhao Ming's Ogre Kingdom's friendship stretches further than just recruiting a couple of mercenary units. They are valid allies. Because of this, his faction effects now applies to all ogres in any of his faction's armies, not just mercenaries. His skills, Desert Armor, Desert Weapons, and Iron Strength apply to melee Ogre Kingdom allied recruitment as well as mercenaries. Lord of Shengyang now extends from Ogre mercenaries to all Ogre Kingdom units, including mercenaries. Well, that's cool. The dilemma, no place like home, triggers when necessary settlements are captured by any Lord of the Jade Court faction. High Elves. Fix the crash when trying to imprison an Ogre Camp Tyrant, a Caravan Master, or Cornwall Lords when playing as Altarion. Khorne. Fix an issue so that the Herald of Khorne when playing as Demons of Chaos no longer has a skull effect for Harvest of Skulls. Technology Blood Whirlwind now affects the Roar unit Bloodwake Berserkers Redmongers. Valken now gets access to the Khorne Knight version of the Burning Books of Khorne instead of the standard version. So there's a different version now. So who has acquired the Burning Books of Khorne on... what's his name? Kairos, Fate Weaver. Has anybody acquired the Burning Books of Khorne on Kairos, Fate Weaver? Nobody? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if anybody did it. Probably a waste on Kairos. Better put in a lot of change. It's all a lot of change. Bretonia can now increase the replenishment rate through technologies and Lord skill trees. Yeah, Kairos, the technology tree is a disaster of epic proportions. Rapunzel and S faction can confederate all Bretonian factions without a restriction. Zinch's boons 8 now correctly applies recruitment duration reduction. When Formless Horror scripted tour selects the changeling, not the faction leader. What? Players can no longer trigger the changing of the waste logic when it's not their turn. I swear they patched this one already. Fixed an issue where some technology such as dynasties would get stuck on one turn before completion and charge its cost again when it got reset. Carep's reduction in crafting discount now correctly applies to more than just the first army capacity increase. Damn, this didn't work on the other armies? I didn't even notice. I guess it worked in my head. We also have changed how army increases work, so the cost of unlocking more in the Martial Call doesn't scale, it adds. Fix an issue so the Great Incantation of Zar will be unlocked for the user if the player obtains third element by Petara Necrotic Equalization or via Diplomacy. Huh. Orcs. No greenskins, now orcs now. It's almost like they can't say greenskins anymore. Fix an issue so the Azog's advanced spells can now be correctly unlocked. Squigs and spider hatchlings were incorrectly being classed as melee infantry when applying effects. This is no longer the case. Greenskin ports now provide the correct income when damaged. The AI can now only recruit one unit of Raglan's armored orcs roar as intended. Oh boy. boy, look at this. Added new script tour to prevent the tour wrongly starting in the character detail screen. Calling a Va no longer reduces your army maximum movement points to 100. After 5 years. After 5 years, fixed. Hopefully it works. Everybody was defending this shit to be a feature. Lizardmen, new saying available when message now correctly transitions to the parchment state. Star Metallurgist and the Temple Architect followers can now be gained. What, they were not possible to gain before? I don't even know what those two are. Nakai can now recruit feral cold ones. Fixing the Telegram button improperly showing upon cancelling the proposal of confederation to another faction. Tic-Tac-Toe no longer has buildings which provide no effects recruitment. Right of Zunki now gives immunity to deep seas attrition while active. The Blessings of the Old Ones technology now gives an effect which is useful to Nakai's faction. Blessing of the Old Ones. Let's go see what that shit is. For Nakai, I mean.
I command here.
Legendary warrior, ladies and gentlemen. They still kept this shit, huh? Nakai campaign. Only Pepegas and Matt play Nakai. And Compromising now has hero access exchange plus 10%. That's nice. They added vigor loss reduction minus 50% on the Legendary Warrior. But that doesn't do anything because of golden tributes. I don't think that does do anything because of this item. Oh man, look at this. It removes demonic from units. What was that one called? That one was called Old Blessing of the Old Ones. 10% magic find and vigor loss reduction is 10% when fighting against arms that spread corruption all armies. Slanesh, disciple armies no longer get a battle captive option to replenish. Vampire Coast. Fix an issue for Count Noctis where event messages related to see events of interest did not animate when transitioning to parchment state. There's a couple of these things that are not animating when transitioning to parchment state. Vampire counts, 4 changes, damn. Varric Reavers now have their upkeep reduced by the Red Duke's Doom Rider skill. Morgul's now correctly affected by the Obsidian Resource Chain. The skill Hekara Noble Blood now correctly applies the cost reduction at the base spell. That's one of the first things we put in the mod. The technology of Bloodhounds now correctly shows the units it affects. Nergal. The Demon Spew Forsaken Roar is affected by Nergal technology, strain resistance, and humanity is a virus. Fix an issue with Aether Doombolt's Infernal Slug skill did not correctly reduce range due to switching to a projectile type with a different base range. Fix an exploit building canceling infection, costing buildings to unlock plagues early. Aha, so we need to require the amount. So it actually returns you. That doesn't sound like an exploit, it sounds like working as intended. Ogre Kingdoms. During the scripted tour for contracts, the hotkeys are disabled to prevent script errors. Bruisers do not murder, they only bruise. Their big name Longstride now reflects they do not assassinate and wound instead. Golfag Man-Eater no longer receives contracts from Nakai as he doesn't own settlements himself. Imagine Nakai contracting ogres for a job when he's wandering around. During the scripted tour, the user cannot close the tour hit using escape to prevent hardlock. Target faction can confederate, but other factions cannot confederate the target faction. In Advisor window, the back UI button is set to be enacted during the scripted tour of the Hellforce. Chaos Dwarfs. Hobgoblin Bolt Throwers now count toward the Gordos Backstabber unlock mission. Warriors of Chaos. Fix an issue where the possessed follower of Forest Chaos will not drop due to requiring a very old unused technology. That's the one that was dropping without the technology, huh? Yeah. It's the like the old student. Fix an issue with the Wild Spirits tool to be displayed as raised dead when grayed out. Okay. Let's just go quickly over this. So they do have to enable stuff like this. It doesn't show until the battle starts. So this stuff have to be applied extra. What is this? Fix several items in custom battle having additional cost due to having hidden spell mastery modifying abilities. Multiplayer. Faction-specific Beastmen. Enemy units will coordinate assaults against player units, prevent AI units when retreating to move through player front lines in the Heart of Darkness quest battle. And yeah, that's the quest battles have need a lot of work. Betonia. Fix an issue that the Pegasus Knights and all Pegasus Knights have now correct unit category icon shown in banner and unit card. Fix an issue so the Bretonian Knight lanes are colorful again. Battle of the Bloodpine Woods quest battle second objective is added after destroying the first enemy. The battle completes after defeating the initial enemy army and the enemy reinforcing army. When the blessed units are definitely stronger than the regular kind, but the best thing about the blessed units is they're instantly recruited. Battle Bloodpine Woods quest battle second objective is added after destroying the first army. The battle completes after defeating the initial enemy army and the enemy reinforcing army. Funnel of Flame have a 35-meter range now, so replacing Hell of Fire is true upgrade to the Huntsman General. The Grey Shadow Warriors now count towards units with 160-degree firing arc unit cap. I guess this is for multiplayer. Norska, the Cold Warrior shares Chaos Force Ring alongside the base unit. Monster Hunter Hellbeast of Sivgor objectives now complete for the Elite Stone Vermin and Hellbeast of Sivgor. The technology Pirate's weapons no longer wrongly affects the Roar Armored Coaster unit of Watchmen in the Night. Oh, look at this! Two Tomb King leader variants were not holding their weapons. This has now been resolved. Hopefully by weapons they also mean a shield. These two were triggering me. This is nice. Tomb Princes carry an extra halberd on their back even though they already have one in their hands. The extra halberd is removed. They are looking beautiful again. And he would wave his hand, but his arm, but he would not have a weapon. Fix an issue with the Kate scheme battle so that it completes when the user captures the objectives prior to reinforcement entering. Worst of Chaos. Player units no longer be under attack by enemy cycles during the cinematic for the quest battle of Pestilent Potions. Fix an issue so the Mantle of Gorok upgrade is now affected by intensity. Units. Not all halberds are built equally, but Imrik, when unmounted, now follows the general rule for halberd units on foot by having charge reflection and charge reflexes at large. Somebody was dismounting Imrik and he noticed he doesn't have these things. Fix stretch texture on the Hobgoblin Bolt Thrower. Who even noticed these things? I guess people who use this unit. Wood Elves. Elf Spear and Shield idle animation no longer rotate the shield. Corn. Fix some voice over for the Warmonger in battle. Maps. Battle UI. Capture points. Okay. I'm kind of shocked we didn't get +1, -1 list this time. I guess let's wait for the next hotfix. Stuff with Lizardmen Tomb Kings, it's pretty nice. Glad they're getting stuff in vanilla now. The Blessed spawning is no longer random. You get a resource and then you summon them with a resource. It's called now spawning sequence. They're kept at 2. So some of them might not be acquired in large quantities anymore, as in the Blessed Saurus War shields. But some will be easier to acquire, which are way more powerful on their own, like Blessed Temple Guards or the Blessed Horn ones. Some really new crazy ones, like the Blessed Sacred Cross. This one is crazy. This one is crazy. This has basically become deluxe regiment's renown that it costs the resource. You get one every 10 turns, yeah. Now this is a huge buff. This is a huge buff. Because you get to pick when to use them. And you get to pick which one instead of waiting randomly. You have a limit how many there in the pool. But you can put one in the army every 10 turns. The fact is instant recruitment and they have a really high, powerful stats. It's really strong. This works like Elector Count State Troops, Victor. With Cal France, they got 2 capacity. So you recruit this guy, and in 10 turns, the new one will be added to the pool, but you still need to pay 50 to get a new one. This is not really that big deal, 10 turns. As an emergency, they're gonna definitely feel like more precious now, though. What was that thing? They actually released some kind of video as well, boys. So let's go check this one. How long is this one? 18 minutes? Might as well. Might as well. This has been already a very long day. What is this?
Hey folks, welcome back to What's Next. My name's Nastya, I'm Senior Community Manager here on Total War, and today I'm joined by familiar faces, Rich.
Hi everyone, yeah, I'm Rich.
Rich is still
I'm
working.
A lifelong Warhammer fan, and we've
This is the Dev Chat on High Elves and Tides of Torment.
been working on the series for quite some time, having a lot of fun.
Melcher.
Yeah, hello, I'm Milcho. I'm the lead battle designer on Tides
This
of
guy
Torment,
knows his
here
shit.
to bring you all the news about units and battles and all that cool stuff.
And of course, Todor.
Hello, folks. My name is Todor. I'm the game director of the Warhammer 3 DLC, and I'm really excited to be here today and to be able to talk about Tides of Torment and 7.0.
Awesome. Well, as you just
Hold on, is it me or this is the literally the longest time they've been talking about the DLC before the release? It's like the Warhammer 4 is getting released really this DLC now.
mentioned, today we're going to be talking a little bit more in detail about our third faction of Tides of Torment, which is High Elves. But before we dive into that and talk all about that, let's address the delay that we informed our players earlier in July. Todor, can you share a little bit more about that decision?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we all...
Hold on. This guy doesn't look like he wants to be here. This guy doesn't look like he wants to be here. He was giving us shit. Never say never. It's like working all these stuff, saying all the shit can be done, and now this guy's working on it.
July, Todor, can you share a little bit more about that decision?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we all realize that these have been a bit of disappointing news for our players, but the reasons why we opted for a delay is that we brought the DLC to a playable state. We started playtesting it, we got feedback, and it turned out that it wasn't hitting the quality bar that we had set for ourselves. And this is why we needed more time to ensure that the first day experience for our players is the one that they would like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that every character and faction that we add to the game is so important. Everyone's got their favourites, and we just want to do them right and do them justice. So it'll be great to talk about High Elves today and what we're doing there, and how we're bringing a few little extra bits in, sprinkling some extra magic right. Yeah, we're excited by it.
Todor, do you have a release window for us?
For most people, the High Elves might be the only thing they're looking forward to from this DLC. Most people don't give a shit about Norska or Slash, say to say, but it's the truth.
Well, right now we're thinking about releasing Tides of Torment somewhere in late October.
Thanks so much. Thank you for the update. Stay tuned for more information on our socials. Back in July, we revealed that Aisling is indeed our third legendary lord for Tides of Torment. So it won't come as a surprise that we're talking about him today. So tell us more.
What?
Oh, he's one I've been
Late
waiting
October?
for so long to get my hands on.
That's like in 2
get
months.
into the game because he's quite different to the High Elves that we've currently got.
One
He
DLC
is
in a year,
the
damn.
Sea Lord. He kind of commands essentially like the police of the seas, which protects
damn.
Ulthuan from all the various different invaders. And he rules with very much like an iron fist. Like he's gonna take people that cause trouble to out the back and sort
Rules
it
with the iron
out.
fist is like another Lotarion.
He's a tough cookie, and he comes with all sorts of interesting nautical-based bits and pieces, which I know we've been enjoying working on.
Yeah, quite a bit. What I really like about Aisling is the fact that he is, efficient and to the point where he's just being brutal to the enemies of Ulthuan. He's also single-minded and just going after his target, which usually
better play
is
like one of the Emperor
a real
Coast
or
Lords.
perceived threat to the High Elves. And he, on top of that, is a master tactician and a master warrior in his own right.
Master
Yeah, but
tactician,
he
master
really
round,
does
they all.
think that the offense is the best defense.
Yeah.
And preventive strikes on other shores are not something that he is going to be shy of doing, despite of what other High Elves are thinking about it. Yeah, we are trying to represent that in battle as well, where he is going to be one of the good dueler characters, wielding 2 weapons, 1 in each hand. But we're also keeping one of his most iconic abilities from the tabletop, where he's able to buff up archers and make a really good
Kinda
use of
reminds me
them
how Loki
and
fights.
make the enemies suffer from range. He's going to be quite awesome.
You would like to take some of that beef to Lockyer, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Especially in the quest battles that he's going to have.
Yeah. That's one of the things that we've been adding back into the mix. So as a part of the delay in trying to improve the quality and overall nature of the package, as Milcho said, we wanted to get a little bit more of that narrative in there for each of the characters and acknowledge what we did on Omens of Destruction, where the focus is now on the Mortal Empires. We're not having content in Realms of Chaos. So we want to allow people to have those kind of points to go after, things, little stories to experience, and culminating, as you say, in like what should be quite an epic battle for him. But you don't have to do it. You can also experience the Mortal Empires as you can do at the moment. It's a lovely sandbox experience.
Good old sandbox.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So in that sense, we just touched upon a little bit on the preference, how players can approach it. When it comes specifically to High Elves, so for the players who haven't played this faction before, what can they expect, and why have you decided to return them to the
Who hasn't
spotlight?
played
in
High
this
Elf
DLC?
before?
It has been a while since we last updated the High Elves, and we felt that really they're in need for some love. And we know also that a lot of our players really want to play them, so adding this bit of cool content along with various updates related to the overall race was something that was very, very meaningful and relevant for us. Along with Aisling, we are updating the entire race by allowing a form of confederation between the factions on Ulthuan and beyond, the High Elven factions. And we are also paying some more attention to some of the fan favorite lords out there, really pushing what we have in game to represent better.
I'm calling it. The Norska and Slash part of this DLC is not gonna sell at all, and they're gonna get poster list update, like part 2 Shadows of Change type update, so they actually sell it more. Hopefully this is not gonna be a determining factor if they're gonna keep working on the game, because, who's gonna be buying Slash and Norska stuff? Not many people.
Who they are as a character.
Yeah, we really do want to have Teclis be one of the greatest mages out there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Balthazar.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? What the fuck? Did they play this game? Have they played this game? Lord Mazdamundi, no skill tree. Teclis needs to be one of the greatest mages. What the fuck?
Yeah, we acknowledged the feedback that we had from Omens, in that we didn't touch on maybe all the characters, all the fan favourites out there. So we wanted to make sure that Tyrion and Teclis have a little feature of each, which really kind of resonates with their characteristics. You know, whether that's towards the Tower of Hoeth and magic, for Teclis, and for Tyrion being that kind of astute warrior, protective figure again. So there'll be more on that, hopefully, in the near future. But yeah, each of those will get a little bit of love and attention. And as Todor says, a uniting feature now for the High Elves. So if you want to think Great Book of Grudges and how you could combine and confederate the dwarves, well, this is a similar type of deal for the High Elves, which should be really good. Yep.
This DLC and this update brings some spicy new units. So I'm looking at you, Milcho.
Oh, yes, of course.
Who you are excited to talk about today.
There's a ton of units that I want to showcase, but unfortunately we'll be just talking about a few of them right now. But we are finally bringing the Skycutters to the High Elves roster, and this is one of the most anticipated units out there. For those of you that don't know, those are basically flying chariots pulled by a great eagle through the sky, so they can be extremely menacing and shape the tactics on the battlefield. We have two variants of those units. One are just going to be armed with archers on top that are going to be shooting at enemies, while the others are going to have bolt throwers on them. So imagine having a bit of an artillery piece on a highly mobile sky chariot, basically, and this can be quite exciting. Of course, we're also making them as a mount for certain characters, not all High Elf characters, but Aisling, for sure, is going to be able to mount one of those and bring it into battle. But this is not all, of course. We are leaning really heavily into the nautical theme with this faction, and so we are adding a lot of other units that are very flavored in that. With this being the Oceanids and their big brother, the Sea Elemental. So basically, those are water-based creatures. The Oceanids are monstrous infantry that are pretty much designed to take the blunt force of enemy attacks and withstand them, because them being made out of water, they are highly resistant to certain types of damage. I do suggest you bring some magic attacks against them if you want to be fighting them. And the Sea Elemental himself is also kind of this big monstrosity that is extremely good against enemy infantry, also having that special resistance, being an elemental as well, made out of pure water. We've made some incredible animations for all of them to make sure that they really stand out on the battlefield, and I really can't wait for you to see them in action, because they can look quite amazing. This is not all. With this being a whole nautical team, and Aisling himself, one of the important features that we wanted to do is to add the new Mist Mage type of hero, which is a hero that brings with him a completely new lore of magic, with that being the lore of mists. Lores in the Warhammer universe can manipulate the winds of magic in different ways. So what you can expect from this lore is to have a bit of a supportive caster that is able to buff up your ranged units specifically quite well, allow your units to move through the shadows, gain stealth, surprise enemies, open up completely new battlefield tactics as you play, while also debilitating some of the enemies, and even summoning a unit of Oceanids out of nowhere just to block an enemy charge, or just have them wherever you need on the battlefield. It's going to be a really great new way of playing with magic with the High Elves, and we are excited for you to see all the effects and how we've managed to make those spells come to life.
It's pretty cool, really, like, because High Elves are so associated with Magic, and now they've got their own bespoke lore there to play around with. It should be really cool. And I think when you combine that with the campaign features that we're looking at with Aisling and Commanding the Seas, we really spent a lot of time and effort to try and do a little bit more there. So yes, you will be able to see ships attacking ports from the sea rather than them hopping off onto land and turning into a character. And I think one of the fun things that we were looking at the other day was, to me, it almost felt like an aircraft.
So, is there a mod that you can rename Legend Lords? Because we should just rename Lord Mazdamundi, not to Lord Zlag, but to Student of Teclis.
Carrier, because Aisling was jumping off of the sea, flying over there with his sky cutter, besieging a little settlement inland. Yeah, it felt very thematic, shall we say?
Yeah, a mist mage mounted on top of a sky cutter, just masking all the other troops that are moving through the ground and attacking the enemies when they're least expecting it. That can be quite an awesome feeling.
Mist magic buffing archers stacks nicely with Aisling's ability to buff archers.
Yeah, those things can stack quite a lot and provide a very interesting way of dealing with enemies.
Guys,
from far away.
Boomkul will get a stroke.
That sounds amazing. I'm really looking forward to Sky Cutter. That sounds like a chef kisses. With this update, we have revisited some plans for Slaanesh and Norska. But what have you updated and what else you are working on?
We're working on quite a few different things at the moment. For Slaanesh, we're just doing a general pass of things like techs, buildings, all the good stuff that people enjoy and do. We think they're in a pretty good state at the moment, but obviously you at home can tell us otherwise. But yeah, we are looking at things around cults and if we can do any improvements there. Again, things around unholy manifestations. So just trying to tighten up what we've got there as the core experience. But we are adding some cool little nuggets to the DLC itself.
Yeah, we are adding a new unit to Slaanesh, which is actually going to be Dark Elves that are devoted to Slaanesh, and that's why they have been shunned away from the other Dark Elf factions. And we're talking about the devotees of Slaanesh. They're going to be a very good anti-infantry unit armed with 2 swords. That are going to be very dangerous on the battlefield. We are also adding a variant that is wielding crossbows as well. So Slaanesh is going to get a bit of a ranged unit variant if they need to. We're also doing a lot of other updates for other factions like Norska. We're doing an update on the monster hunts by adding a bunch of new monsters that you can hunt, and we are changing the way you hunt monsters, and they're now going to be much more regionally specific, depending on if you are somewhere in the desert or up in the mountains or somewhere in the Empire lands. You are going to encounter different types of monsters, and after hunting those big nasties, you are going to receive some interesting trophies that unlock different abilities that you can then use in battle to dominate your enemies. This is not all we're doing for Norska.
Boomkuls, you're not listening, man. If you're gonna complain about Lord Mazdamundi, you need to know the facts, man. So people are not just spewing nonsense here. Mazdamundi is missing his legendary Lord skill tree. Get your shit right. That's the only thing he's missing.
We do want to have their identity of this faction that goes around the world to pillage. And so, yeah, we're doing updates there.
We were trying to picture in our minds that the entire process of, the Norskins coming and marauding and taking spoils away. So we're trying to figure out an interesting and engaging way to portray this sort of a logistics around the loot from someone's poor settlement, likely an Empire settlement. One more thing about Norskins and Sail in particular, because this is something that might be interesting to our players, is when you get Sail, you in fact get every Norscan's unit, right, Mircho?
Yeah, that's correct. Even though Norska was originally a DLC faction, if you get the Sail faction pack, you are still going to receive all the units that originally were released, like all the Marauders, the Mammoths as well. So you can really feel like a Norscan.
Yeah, that's right. But if you want to play as Wolf, of course.
That's basically Slan skill tree that they added one spell at the end. Where's the rest of it? Like another 5 skills.
Throg, you're still going after the original DLC to have fun with them, and they're getting some updates and improvements too as well. So Throg's getting some content around being the king of trolls, which you might have heard about before, and obviously Wolfric's got his famous sea fang to zip him around in his ship around the world. So yeah, they're going to be good too.
Yeah, can't wait for Seafang specifically.
Speaking of Sail, is there anything specific in the works for him?
Well, Sail is still this kind of cunning and manipulative character that can surprise his neighbors and his friends, let's say, with underhanded actions.
And as we mentioned about Aislinn, as Todor says, he does get.
This is
his
going
own
to be the
narrative
worst
as well.
DLC of Warhammer 3, mark my words.
All 3 characters now have that as a part of their campaign feature set specific to them.
Oh, that's very nice. I bet our community is going to be really excited about that. Do we have anything prepared for the Kala?
Yeah.
The shares have changed, at least got a massive update later. They're probably gonna give it too much this one immediately, and they're gonna sell it. It's not popular. And what is gonna be in the follow-up?
Been going a little bit back to the drawing boards on her. Her experience wasn't quite right. Wasn't quite what we wanted. I mean,
to me, this looks like the worst DLC yet, for sure.
So she's there to do business, and she's going to be doing that now through the campaign, through a feature around decadence, where her goal is essentially to create these really opulent pleasure palaces, and to do that, she's going to be using the thralls of the regions to sort of help create and build those, whether that's come from her war pits or from her thrall camp. So she's a really tough and brutal kind of a character. Well, windmilling and causing destruction throughout the world, and that's her focus.
Yeah, you've already seen some of her animations in battle, and she's really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. And again, as I said with Sail, she'll have her narrative flow as well, leading up to that. Maybe not everyone is happy with how she does business.
Yeah, but the LDR, she means business. And that's it for today. We hope that you are as excited about the new content as we are. High Elves and Aislinn, new units, Lore of Mist, and of course updates for all 3 factions. Massive thank you to our developers, Todor, Rich, and Melcha, and of course everyone who is currently watching this at home or maybe on a bus. We, of course, are doing, as you know, live streams, so go check our Twitch and YouTube. You can make sure to go down to the description box below, find all of the information about that. And, of course, while you're there, check out our socials, because if you do that, you will find out everything that there is about upcoming news on 7.0 and, of course, Tides of Torment. Go to the comment section, tell us everything that you are excited about, and of course, show some love to our gang and everyone else who is currently working very, very hard to bring this DLC for you and get it in your hands. Thank you, and bye.
Rate the video. Can't believe this is gonna be the DLC we're gonna get this year. Entire year for this. What I'm hoping here, at least the Slaaneshi Lord is gonna have cool voice lines. At least that. Please don't be cringe. We already have cringe lords. Hopefully the Slaaneshi Lord have cool voice lines. Was this supposed to be the big year? Well, TA slaking, I am slaking, but the game apparently is getting better. Anyways, boys, this is gonna be it for today. I managed to finish the Sylvania campaign. All campaigns are finished now, and we can get ready for new stuff. There might be a problem with patching the mod, so we might just stick with the vanilla stuff and the AI mode. The update's supposed to be released by Thursday. By Thursday. I don't think we should start it on the beta though. So something else until then. I'll still have a little bit chat with Saint Isaac. Anyways, boys, thanks for watching. I'll see ya next time. Good night. Maybe I should play Mumford. Look at that bold vampire.